under Tinubu. And why that? The horde of defectors, governors and entire cabinet defecting, even a former vice presidential candidate defecting, the entire National Assembly rising to sing, "On your mandate we stand," and the president telling them, all of you are re-elected. And some people say they can smell a rat. If Obasanjo attempted a third term, maybe Tinubu is attempting to collapse the entire country under one party. Madaki, did you have that foreboding that we're heading towards a one-party state?
No, not at all. Honestly, I don't share that fear. I've read about it in the media, copiously, but the fear is totally unfounded. The reason is that, yes, the rule of law is not operating here. We can't claim to be
just struck it down.
Now, and so ordinarily, most of the African countries that eventually end up being one-party states, start that way, But one thing I know is that the Nigerian public is very, very aware and very conscious of what's going on. I think Nigerians are the most vibrant when it comes to discussing issues that happen in their country. You get the point? So when you see the trend of defections, you also, if you analyze it properly, you discover that most of those defections are completely staged. Either the people are bribed behind, to come and defect, or they are defecting out of fear of probe. There are many of them that defect, and then because they have one EFCC problem hanging on their necks or the other. I wish I said it openly one time, when he was chairman of APC, that if you have any problems, just join the party and then your problems are washed away. You get the point. I think you should actually have been a pastor. Maybe you should set up a church and be washing people's sins away. So, if political sins are washed away and you steal all the trillions, like the former governor who's alleged to have built 750-something houses. For God's sake, what are they going to do with all those houses? But you never know. That story might never go beyond where it is right now. After some time, Nigerians will become tired of it. And when they see the news in the media, as usual, they say, we are tired of this now. Let something new happen. Nothing shocks the average Nigerian anymore. But to go back to this issue of defections and the possibility of having a one-party state, it's never going to happen. There are core party men who will never leave their party, for any other party. You know the point. And, there's, of course, we have three prominent parties, hopefully the Labour Party will resolve their issues and then come into contention. Again, the only reason anybody ever mentioned the name of the Labour Party was because of Peter Obi. If Peter Obi had not joined the Labour Party, it would have been one of the many other parties that we don't even remember their names. You get the point. So nobody should ever denigrate the importance of Peter Obi in the scheme of political activity. It's not easy to come and contest for president in this country for the first time and then you win 6.3 million votes in an election where there was no transport money because the Naira was seized by Emefiele at the time. So there was no transport. I couldn't vote in that election because I couldn't even go to my village. There was no cash to buy fuel. Your car, even where the first cast, the whole country was like almost, and the elections were held in that very complicated environment. The guy still got 6.3 million votes allocated, even though if they could, I'm sure they would have denied them all the votes. You get the point. Now, and if you look at the margins, even in respect of those declared votes, you discover that the current president is actually a minority president. Because if you combine the votes of the other people, more Nigerians rejected him than those who accepted for him to be president. With just 8.2 million votes or so, by which he was said to have won. You get the point. Imagine, if you combine Atiku votes and with Peter Obi votes, it's already more than 13 million votes. So whether you like it or not, you vote for a joke, compared to those who say we don't want you as president. You get the point. So that should mean something. And, the foreboding at this portent for 2027 is that, quite frankly, from the way this country is going right now, nobody can say that we are better off now than we were, 4 years ago or 8 years ago. You get the point? So anybody who didn't vote for Tinubu in 2023 will not vote for him now because he's doing well. And let's be blunt, that's the truth. No matter how much they want to deceive themselves, there are no new voters that will come into that put their votes in the ballot box for him. And then even those who voted for him, especially the northern voting bloc, who feel aggrieved, that their interests have not been taken care of and that they have been ignored. I have heard that up to 4 million of those 8.2 million votes will disappear because they will not vote for him in 2027. So forget all these campaigns, forget all these defections by renegade governors who don't even have support. You are a governor and then you think you own the votes of our people, of the whole citizens of your state. Just because you moved from one party to another, everybody will move and follow you. Haven't you seen what's happened in Akwa Ibom State? Yes. Where one of the officials was saying, oh no, I'm not following you. And then in Delta, the other day I saw a video of where the former governor Okowa went to his community to explain to them why he had to move to APC. They were shouting at him. The women were booing him openly to say, oh, you are on your own. No, but we are not leaving PDP. They have hardcore, party men who will not go anywhere, no matter the optics and the noise they are making, at campaign rallies. Let's just be blunt to ourselves. It's not going to be as easy as they think it will be. So, we will go back to the questions, to the question you asked. How is it looking like in terms of a one-party state? A one-party state is totally impossible.
Yeah, but you know why I worry, Madaki. By the way, before I tell Madaki why I worry, very shortly, I'll throw the phone line open because I did promise you from last week that we'll be making this program a little more interactive. I'll give you the number. I'll tell my producer to show you the number on the screen so that you can call into the program. Now, you know what? I'm getting worried. You just mentioned Akwa Ibom. Delta is there. Go to the National Assembly and see the number of people defecting into APC. It looks like a flood is about to happen. And let me quote Ganduje, the chairman of APC. He said we should watch out. Many more. In fact, he was figure specific. He said we should watch out. 8 more governors will defect into PDP.
Into APC.
It's into APC. After that, some major stakeholders in the PDP began a proactive visit. They visited Mba of ENUGU State. They have gone to look at the Akwa Ibom man. It tells me that Ganduje's statement was not an empty boast. And if that number defects to APC, that tells you clearly that a tsunami, a political tsunami, is about to happen. And even everybody, only but a few, into APC. Is it not a clear indication that these defections are towards a movement to one-party APC or effective weakening? And by the way, Madaki, have you seen that there's crisis in PDP that seems that they cannot be resolved? There's crisis in Labour Party that seems that it cannot be resolved. The coalition talks, as at this morning, they said SDP, which was a special vehicle, or ADC, with the attempting to, both are not going to work. Their own statement. And then they say they might register a new party with fresh ideology, with a new structure that they can control. But INEC last week said it's not minded to register new political parties. Can't you read the writing on the wall?
Well, the writings may be there at Finjoku, but the point of it again is that, you know, it all boils down to one vote. So don't worry. Nigerians are very sophisticated politically, these days. And politicians take the Nigerian electorate for granted only at their own direct peril. You get the point? So I will put it in my place that if you own the slave, you don't own his intestine.
No.
Man, you can't give him food, he refuses to eat the food. What will you do? You get the point? So you don't own the slave, the intestine of the slave. You get the point. So the political gladiators will be blinded by how much money they think they are making. And they think that everything is our money. But people will collect our money because it belongs to them. You have actually pauperized them. So if you increase the price of petrol from 197 naira, it was on 29th of May 2023, to 910 or 920 that it is now, in different places, in most places. And you have not increased salaries. You have not even implemented the 70,000 naira minimum wage that you promised almost a year ago. You get the point, and people are just looking at you. But you increase your own salaries, you have humongous budget, for practically all the government budget actually goes into financing government officials. Are you aware that, the president's budget for feeding in his house last year alone was 9 billion naira? That's 24 million naira a day. What kind of food are you going to eat with 24 million naira on a daily basis? You got the point. Even if you're having a jamboree. And why should the citizens of this country, they should use the salary to buy food for a family, for God's sake? Every other place in the world, in America, in the UK, everywhere, the prime minister or the president brings out money from his salary to feed the family. Here, everything that the president eats is free. Everything he drinks is free. All his cars are free. Everything about his life is free. And we are a poor country. You know the point? So,
let me just digress a little bit away from this. You see what you want to. Why Tinubu had the credential of being a progressive and a Democrat, a near revolutionary. But he seems comfortable sitting in the old order. You just raised something now. I thought Tinubu was the kind of person that will come and revolutionize things. After all, his wife did say they have not come to the presidency to get money. Well, just maybe, my first caller is if my producer is displaying the number on the phone. Let me answer the first call. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, please. Who is speaking to us?
My name is Zakaria from Abuja.
Zakaria, please make your contribution.
This issue of defection is a very nice topic, and I enjoy the conversation that you're having with your guest this morning. And this defection of a thing, we are having coalition from different people from the Atiku camp and Peter Obi, and the APC are saying they are not trying to make Nigeria one-party system. But if you look at the coalition, from the look of change, it's like they don't have a focus yet. Because the way they are working or the way they are doing their thing, it doesn't have any reason or that they have the mind of Nigerians at hand. Because the way they are doing it, like they just want the best for themselves, but not for the Nigerian citizens. Look at it now. Nigerians are having a lot of serious challenges, insecurity, hunger in the land. The president just stopped 2 years in office, and still, Nigerians have not been enjoying the benefit of democracy that they voted for in 2023. So, come to 2027, I believe that the citizens should wake up and make sure that they vote for the best candidate, that to make sure that at least the citizens will enjoy at the end of the day.
Thank you very much, Odion from Abuja. Thank you. Madaki, his opening comment ticked off something in me. He said the coalition seemed directionless, without focus. His own word, it's not focused. Just before he called in, I was talking about crisis in Labour Party, crisis in PDP. Now, this gentleman has raised the matter of confusion within the coalition. An AP chieftain did admit that APC was responsible. He said, we are responsible for the crisis in Labour Party and in PDP.
Yeah.
And he said openly that it is their business to make sure they don't get focused and get together. That's manner of politics. And now the coalition can succeed with SDP. As our own statement yesterday, can succeed with ADC, African Democratic Congress. Now they want to begin to float their own party. And INEC says it's not minded to registering new parties. Do you see this as part of the political mechanism to make the other parties fail and leave one understanding?
Well, politicking and the political process is a competition. You know, it's just like you have the same product and the other people also have the same product that they're selling. You know, Nigeria, all the manifestos of all the political parties,
nearly the same thing.
You know, we will give you roads, we'll give you houses, we'll provide schools.
What the hell?
Exactly. Well, this is the same thing we have been saying since before the independence. You got the point. So our politics has not evolved, you know, to that level of sophistication where people will discuss ideology, you know, and so on. You know, the ideology we have in this country is still the ideology of hunger, of, you know, the stomach infrastructure. You get the point. Where will my bread be better buttered? You know, if people win, who would like to give me an appointment? You know, those are the kind of cleavages that still drive our politics. You know, so I heard the caller, and I thank him for his views. But I think that the whole of the coalition process is still evolving. You know, but the earlier and the faster they are able to evolve, you know, with a nationalistic spirit, the better. You get the point, because there isn't all the time in the world. But if you go back to 2014, when APC was trying to come on board, you know, it was also the same story. You know, when you have strange bedfellows, you know, trying to lie on the same bed in order to achieve to bet a child, you know, it takes some time, you know, it takes some friction. So those frictions are also part of politics. You should just be patient with that process. And then don't also forget that there is a PDP, which still remains, I think, the most grounded party in this country. It's not even about, even if APC does not compare with the PDP at all in terms of organization, in terms of the passion that the members have for their party.
It has even structure.
Exactly, and then in terms of structure, you go to every village as the PDP ESCO, even at the village level. I went home the other day, you know, to Benue, in Adoka, where I come from. And then my partner in the office, Buhari Obola, is the leader of politics in my district. You get the point. And so when he comes home, you know, everybody goes to gather with him, you know, and then we're exchanging we're drinking, you know, we're talking about the challenges of the community and all of that. And if you see the passion with which people are talking about being in the PDP, whether, you know, come rain, come shine, you will discover that, you know, all of the optics at the national level that they're talking about is just a joke. The average voter in the village, the people who actually turn out to vote, their minds are not with the movement and all the things that they see on television and all of that, you know. So I think that the opposition will get it right. I believe, quite frankly, that whatever problems they have in PDP are clearly solvable. And now that they're planning the national convention, they've successfully held their zonal convention and put the leadership in place at those levels. So I think the problems that in PDP are actually, you know, more apparent than real. You know, deep down, the party has the mechanism to build up, you know, and solve their problems. You get the point. So I think that when the PDP does organize a hitch-free national convention, which they have put the committee in place right now, you know, under the chairmanship of Fintri, Governor Fintri of Adamawa State, you know, and aided by two other governors, I think, and then one other governor, you know. Once they are able to get their act together, honestly, and also you know, my sympathies lie with PDP. But I'm saying this from a very transparent, you know, and nationalistic, view. I think that PDP has realized their errors, you know, having lost power, you know, to this current contraption that's not taking us anywhere. And at the end of the day, you know, when they recalibrate and they come back, it might even be that the coalition will not happen because all the people who are aggrieved and want their own party might actually coalesce into the PDP. And then we'll have two strong parties, which is actually what we need in this country. And when we do that, honestly, before midday on election day, I can tell you that even before they start counting, you know, when announce the election, we know that they have lost. And that's what I'm actually wishing.
Okay. Well, please, we're still looking at defections, and my position has been that it is like a gathering flood, but my guest, Madaki, says I should just calm down. This may be a breeze that won't turn to wind.
Exactly.
So I'm still putting the phone lines open. If my producer, please, can display the phone line once more, just call in. Do you think that these defections are healthy for our democracy under the Tinubu administration? And do you think that will have impact on what will happen in 2027? Don't forget, we're looking at Tinubu 2 years on. We have considered the rule of law. My guest here says, forget about it. They didn't do well. And now we're looking at the defections. Do you think they will change the coloration of politics as the weeks go, as the months go, up to 2027? Just call in. And now, Madaki, I'm looking at the time too, so that we don't miss anything in this conversation. Tinubu, as a president, has 48 ministers. 48. The largest cabinet in the history of this country. He's creating new agencies. At least we know that there are 6 new agencies, development commissions. Has appointed people into the 6 geopolitical zones. He's appointed people in those commissions. He's made other appointments, so that if you look at the Tinubu government today, it is one of the most bloated. I do not think any government in Nigeria is as bloated as the Tinubu government. And just last week, a number of new appointments were announced. I think on the whole 20-something of them were announced. Tinubu, an accountant. Tinubu, a successful governor. Tinubu, a frugal governor who applied public resources, so it was the campaign said, into remaking of Lagos. All of us expected that if he came into power, he would then apply the theory of prudence, frugality. And that frugality will extend to the size of his government. First question for you. Is it right that the president has this bloated cabinet? Do you think it is serving any visible purpose that you are feeling?
Thank you. Yet again, this is a very interesting question. 48 ministers, of course, clearly the most bloated government we have ever had in the history of Nigeria, I remember when I was in primary school, one of the things they used to teach us was, governors, states and their governors, then ministries and the ministers. You know the point. So if you go and start teaching that kind of course in the primary school now, you just be traumatizing the children for nothing. Who is the minister of this? They will just be looking at you. I don't know. How come you don't know? Who is the minister of that? Minister of state? Minister for state? Minister, all over the place. So if I name there are 48 names to cram, of ministers and their ministries. You get the point. So even for those of us who are, conscious of the public space, active on social media and all of that, it's almost impossible. There are some ministers, honestly, when they are reading news and they mention their name, I have never heard their name once. You get the point. The minister of whatever it is, sometime last week, when they were doing scorecard, you know, there was a session where they were supposed to come and present what they have been doing and all of that. You know, there are many of those ministers have not seen their face on television once. You know the point, and this is the country. You know, where the ministers are supposed to be running ministries, are supposed to be delivering services.
Let me ask, have you ever seen the face of the new Minister of Science, Technology, Innovation? Do you know his name?
No, I don't know his name, but I saw when I was coming for this program this morning, you know, I put on the TV, you know, it was one of the morning programs. You get the point. And he was saying something, you know, the Minister of
Science,
Technology and Innovation or something like that.
Science, Technology and Innovation.
Exactly. I saw a face that I had never seen in life.
Geoffrey Energy. I heard the name for the first time 2 days ago.
I knew I from the southeast, where you are from. So if I heard that name for the first time, and then what do you expect of me?
What I'm asking, what is he doing?
I don't know whether he's a new minister. Was he appointed with him at the initial time when minister?
Because if you cannot remember a minister, haven't heard of what he's doing, is that ministry function?
And we're talking of science and technology, you know, which is
drive conversation.
Very important ministry. You know, but not to pick on him. There are several of those kind of ministers. If you tell me now who is the minister, what's the name of the Minister of Agriculture? Honestly, I don't know. But agriculture is about food. You know, it's about you know, the green economy of making sure that we eat at least once a day. These days, nobody talks of eating 3 times a day anymore. You get the point. It's what you can eat, what you can scrape, you know, and at least keep moving. So at the end of the day, quite frankly, when they come and then they are thumping their noses at us and telling us, you know, that all the problems of Nigeria have been solved, they're dancing in public space like children. You know, it amuses me because all this will not translate to votes. I'm telling you, the average Nigerian has already since made up their mind how they are going to vote. And they will vote with their feet, you know, in a very brutal manner in 2027. And this election cannot be rigged. That's the point. I keep wanting to make this point. Nobody will be able to rig the 2027
Okay, because I told you that you are going to give you just 1 minute to do your final word. Now, what I'm looking at this bloated government is, if the government is so bloated, and many people have accused the president of using critical positions as political patronage. He looks at those that give him trouble, constituency that he thinks is not doing well, he appoints somebody there. How does it help effective governance? How does it help the governance that you want to feed and want to experience?
Well, I was hoping that when, with all the hype around, you know, Tinubu's coming into governance, that he was going to surround himself with smart people who would be able to make a step change, you know, in the administration of this country collectively. Since we're talking of, you know, collective responsibility, they hold Federal Executive Council meetings on a weekly basis. You know, they're supposed to at least brainstorm and come up with something that is in the national interest. You get the point? But you know, these past 2 years has been a joke. You know, we haven't seen any innovation from this government. You know, they come up with all manner of ideas, you know, and they announce it up front. I read one that was quite laughable yesterday, you know. Federal government wants to use AI to identify poor people in Nigeria and target the intervention schemes, you know, at such people using AI. This AI is a new concept in this country. We have not even used the analog process. You know, you see poverty on the face of everybody in this country. And you want to use AI to identify
because I want to tidy up this company. Honestly, what is likely to happen is that their systems will crash because AI will identify all of us as hungry.
Yeah, when you see the face of an average Nigerian who is not in a position of office and not saying that this man is poor and hungry. You know, when there's hunger, when I go to my village, honestly, I can't sleep because everybody is hungry, everybody is tired, everybody is you know, despondent. And then you come and say you're using AI, maybe they start doing facial recognition anyway. But at least,
please, you are going to have the last word. You are going to last. Yes. We have ticked rule of law. We have ticked defection.
Yeah, defection is not going to help anybody.
Local government. There's no pass mark here in these 3 items we have conversed on. What's your last word on the last 2 years of the Tinubu administration?
Yeah, like I said, the last 2 years feels like the last 10 years. 10 long years, actually. And I don't mean this, no pun is intended in this. You know, I'm just being factual. You know, when, you know, people, the days move faster when you see governance impacting your life on a daily basis, you get the point. But when a government, is just dragging everybody back, and doing absolutely nothing for the people, then it becomes like a long period. Every day is like 3 weeks or 5 weeks. You get the point? And then you just keep grinding from one point to another. You know what I mean? And so I think Nigerians have gone through a horrible period, these past 2 years. There's nothing to cheer about. We hear about, NEFON, this and that. But at the end of the day, in real currency terms, what can the average Nigerian buy with whatever money they are able to eke out right now? And the government is not supporting people to even create wealth in any way. The wealth is just being generated among the political class, where they share whatever money is available, and they live large in an environment where everybody else is poor. Right. How do you govern like that? And then how do you sleep at night? When you go to bed in the night, then you actually have an honest sleep and wake up the next day and say, we are going to work? That's a question that I cannot answer. It's only a question that the president and his ministers and those in government can answer. Do you sleep? Are you happy? If you use AI, every face that we show will look hungry. Madaki, please let's not use AI so that the system doesn't crash. Well, that's the much we can take this Monday morning. We've been on for more than 1 hour. My guest, always a delight having him here, Madaki Ame, he's a lawyer and public interest defender. And we're considering 3 items in the 2 years of the Tinubu administration: rule of law, defections, and bloated government. All the 3, my guest marked down. We hope by next time, at least some of them will pass when we are doing 1 year before the next election. Madaki, thank you very much for coming. Always a pleasure.
My name remains Mwabo Zenjoko. Can we, if all things work out well, we'll be concluding this conversation on 2 years of Tinubu with a guest tomorrow who will be looking at those 2 years from the prism of Wike's performance in the FCT. I hope things work out, and we'll have you tomorrow. Can I say good morning? And have a great day. Bye-bye.
the country is gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That is what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we're all dafts and they're the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That we are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country doesn't suggest that they actually understand the nitty-gritties of democracy.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigeria.
Good morning. Welcome to Global News and Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. And the headlines. Nigerian government seeks $25 billion investments for undersea gas pipeline to Europe. National Association of Nigerian Students condemns tuition fee hike at Northwest University. NATO's roots urges stronger European defense ahead of the Hague summit. And Djokovic beats Norrie to join Nadal in French Open Century Club. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, represents an unprecedented opportunity for international investors. He described Nigeria's gas sector as a beacon of stability and transparency amidst global uncertainty. The Vice President urged Vitol to bring its considerable technical expertise and global influence to bear in advancing Nigeria's gas infrastructure and exports. Earlier, the leader of the delegation, Chief Financial Officer of Vitol Group, Jeffrey Delapina, said that Vitol has a long-term commitment to Nigeria. Vitol Group's head of public affairs, Murtala Baloni, noted that the company is currently enjoying a favorable business relationship with Nigerian companies and the government. A fire broke out at the Ogbete main market in ENUGU along the phone accessories lane near Holy Ghost Cathedral. The ENUGU State's Fire Service, assisted by traders, responded quickly to contain the blaze. No official reports have confirmed the extent of the damage or casualties and the case or the cause of the fire at the time of filing this particular report. Meanwhile, Senator representing Abia North constituency, Orji Kalu, has urged President Bola Tinubu to relieve certain ministers and security chiefs of their duties, citing inefficiency and lack of impact on Nigeria's development. Speaking during a live interview on Monday, Kalu said he had assessed the current federal cabinet. Kalu further advised the president to make bold decisions in order to realign his administration with the expectations of Nigerians. He added that several security chiefs also needed to be replaced if Nigeria was to overcome its current challenges. He warned that while the reforms were underway, the trickle-down effect would take time, and continued insecurity remains a major barrier to economic recovery. The Nigerian police force said it has rescued 12 trafficked children in Abia State. The police arrested 2 individuals for operating an unregistered and illegal motherless babies home within their residential apartments located at Ikot Ekpene Road, Aba in Abia. A statement by the force spokesman Muyiwa Adejobi says the children ranging in age from 6 months to 14 years housed in the premises are from various villages in the Arochukwu area. The suspects are currently under interrogation and will be charged to court upon conclusion of the investigations. Security agencies have recovered a stolen vehicle belonging to a United Nations staffer kidnapped by gunmen in Jos North local government area of Plateau State. The victim, identified as 45-year-old Emmanuel Yusuf Sabo, was abducted on Saturday when he was returning home from work along Godwin Street in the state low-cost area, Jos North, Plateau State. Zagazola Makama learned that Sabo, who worked at the UN office in Jos, had been kidnapped by unknown armed men, causing concern from his family and in the local area by security agencies. His younger brother, Ezekiel Sabo of Angwan Rukuba, reported the kidnapping to the police on Sunday morning. According to the police reports, the suspected kidnapper abandoned the stolen vehicle and ran away. Meanwhile, youths of Oba in Ogbadibo, local government area of Benue State, on Monday stormed the streets to protest the recent abduction of traders in the area by armed men during the weekend. The angry youths who blocked the Orokam Owopa-Okboga road are demanding action from the government to rescue the victims. Those traveling from ENUGU and neighboring communities are stranded as the youths insisted nobody should go out or come into the community. The situation was not or has not changed as at the time of the report, leaving travelers around the corridor frustrated and stranded. Meanwhile, a senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, and Law Professor Sebastian Hon has sent a petition to President Bola Tinubu asking him to quickly declare a military state of emergency in Benue State amidst the growing violence and killings happening in the state. In a petition, Honorable Hon accused the Benue State government under Governor Hyacinth Alia of negligence, denial, and insensitivity towards the escalating insecurity ravaging communities in the state. Professor Hahn noted that scores have been killed with no official government visit or condemnation. He accused the governor of downplaying the crisis as mere skirmishes and continuing with public celebrations amid reports of fresh killings. According to the SAN, military presence in the states has failed to deter the attackers, and in some cases, security personnel have allegedly stood by as violence occurred near checkpoints. He further expressed frustration over what he described as a lack of will on the part of the state government and urged the federal government to act. He called on the president to replace all military commanders in Benue State, including ground troops if necessary. The Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, is making a strong case for increased power to help boost the efforts to curb oil theft in the country's maritime space. Ogala, who stated this on Monday during activities marking the celebration of the 69th anniversary of the Nigerian Navy, noted that the entire personnel of the Nigerian Navy, which is about 30,000, is not sufficient to man Nigeria's coastal maritime area, which is 1/3 of the country's landmass. He said the naval authorities have increased their annual enlistment of fresh minds to fill the vacuum of an annual basis, saying the organization has become a continental force and a global reference. The naval chief said that the Nigerian Navy, which started with very few boats given to it by the Royal Navy, has now become the third largest navy in Africa and hopes to become the largest in Africa that can contribute effectively to the global force. Ogala noted that curbing oil theft demands a collective approach among the security agencies, including the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Army, and the Nigerian Air Force, noting that the country has recorded a drastic reduction in the activities of oil thieves in the last couple of years. The Kano axis of the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has released a statement sharply condemning the new tuition fee increase at Northwest University, Kano, saying it's unconscionable and would harm socially and economically disadvantaged students. A press release issued by Comrade Abdulganiyu Dalhatu, chairman of the NANS Joint Campus Council, Kano Axis, said that students group expressed shock and disgust over the university's new tuition of over 300% when many families in Nigeria are facing hardship, and characterized the increase as outwardly insensitive and a violation of the rights to accessible and affordable education. NANS said that the increments cannot stand because if it did, then many students would not be able to stay in school and students in Kano would be unable to learn, and it would severely damage the Kano state government intention to develop education. NANS said this was contrary to the 168.4 billion naira budget to the educational sector for 2025, or 31% of the total state budget revenue, and our earlier declaration of the emergency in education sector. NANS leadership immediately demanded a reversal of the tuition increment and a return to the previous tuition rate. The statement also taxed or asked for clarification and the implementation of the previously stated 50% discount for students in state-owned tertiary institutions. Up ahead, Nigerian Catholic bishops get scheduled to meet with new Pope. Naira stable in official market. Details of these and more after the break. Stay with us. Catholic bishops in Nigeria have obtained a schedule to travel to Rome and officially meet with the new Pope, Cardinal Robert Prevost. The Catholic Bishop of Yola Diocese, Most Reverend Stephen Mamza, told newsmen in Yola that the scheduled visit termed ad limina will afford the Nigerian bishops the chance to speak one after the other with the Pope. He explained that ad limina means the visits that bishops from many parts of the world to the Pope, which he said has been approved to take place in March next year. He added that during the visit, each bishop will have one-on-one interaction with the Holy Father for between 10 and 15 minutes, noting that Nigeria is privileged to be one of the first countries that the Pope has approved for the ad limina visit. Speaking on the commemoration of this year's World Communications Week, Mamza said the special week's message, "Share with gentleness the hope that is in your heart," is a call on Nigerians to have hope in the face of the widespread hopelessness that the austere economy has foisted on the country. The national president of the Ijaw People's Development Initiative, Comrade Austin Ozobo, has urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to grant presidential pardon to former Delta State Governor James Onanefo Ibori. The Comrade Ozobo made the call in a WhatsApp chat with a correspondent in Warri. Ozobo, a human rights activist, said Ibori deserves a presidential pardon. He has served his jail terms in London prison. He forfeited many properties. The chairman board trustees Center for Human Rights and Anti-Corruption Crusade, Alaowe Ebikomboe, has thrown his full weight for the call for a presidential pardon to James Ibori, saying he deserves pardon in order to give him the leeway to handle critical national assignments. Alaowe also explained that granting a presidential pardon to an ex-convict in Nigeria is a constitutional responsibility of President Tinubu, which he has to exercise, subject to the approval by the Council of State. The federal government has declared Friday, June 6th and Monday, June 9th, 2025 as public holidays to mark this year's Eid al-Adha celebrations. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, who made the declaration in a statement on Monday, congratulated all Muslim Ummah, both at the home and in diaspora, on the occasion. He called on Muslim Ummah to continue to imbibe the spirit of sacrifice and faith as exemplified by Prophet Ibrahim, and to also use the period to pray for a peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. He assured Nigerians that the people-oriented reforms and initiatives embarked upon by present administration are designed to return Nigeria to the path of progress. The minister urged all Nigerians to join hands with the present administration in its efforts to restore the glory of Nigeria as a great nation. President of Dangote Refinery, Aliko Dangote, says the price cuts announced by his refinery has brought the price of petrol to 55% below what it is sold in other West African states. Dangote disclosed this in a statement after a high-level delegation led by the President of the Economic Community of West African States Commission, Dr. Omar Traore, visited his refinery. He said Nigerians are now enjoying the benefits of local refining because of the price reduction compared to neighboring countries, and stressed the need for the region to drift away from fuel imports to embrace local production. Traore lauded Dangote for the trust proposed on the continent by building the refinery and his vision for Africa, which he said encouraged him to undertake the investment. The latest price reduction by Dangote Refinery in May 2025 brought down retail prices to 875 naira and 895 naira per litre in Lagos and Abuja. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, shows that the naira maintained relative stability from May 23 to May 30, fluctuating between 1,579 naira to a dollar to 1,592 naira to a dollar. This contrasts with the currency's performance in the first week of May, when it's traded between 1,607 and 1,500 naira. 1,612 to a dollar in the official market. According to the CBN, the naira recorded a 1.28% gain throughout May. The naira also appreciated to 1,610 naira per US dollar in the parallel market on Monday, after a turbulent performance in May, during which the currency declined by 1.24% in the parallel black market from the beginning of the month. Checks by by TV says. The increase marks a notable gain from Friday's closing rates of 1,610 naira to a dollar. Between May 21 and 29th, the naira traded within a relatively narrow range of 1,618 to a dollar to 1,625 to a dollar, reflecting some level of stability despite the overall depreciation. At the beginning of May, the naira had traded at around 1,610 to a dollar before starting its downward trend. The gains follow last week's upgrading of the Nigeria's sovereign rating from CAA1 to B3 by the global credit ratings agency, Moody's. Still to come, Colorado attack suspect charged with federal hate crime. Fire at Mexico Rehabilitation Center kills at least 12 people. These and more after the break. To stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. A Colorado man has been charged with a federal hate crime for his alleged role in a gasoline bomb attack on a pro-Israeli rally in Buda that injured 8 people, acting U.S. Attorney J. Bishop Grewal said on Monday. Mohammed Sabri Suleiman was already facing an array of state charges, including attempted murder after the attack on Sunday in the city of Boulder on a group seeking to draw attention to hostages seized in Hamas' 2023 attack on Israel. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi said the suspect would be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law for what was described as an anti-Semitic terror attack.
My office has charged Mohammed Sabri Solomon, age 45, with the commission of a hate crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 249. When that offense includes attempted murder, the statutory maximum federal sentence is life in prison. No one should ever be subjected to violence of any kind. But our laws recognize that such violence is particularly pernicious when someone is targeted because of their race, their religion, or their national origin. According to our complaint and the charges brought by DA Doherty's office, Mr. Solomon stated that he had been planning this attack for a year. And he acted because he hated what he called the Zionist group. But what the charges allege that he did was to throw Molotov cocktails at a group of men and women, some of them in their late 80s.
Year, investigators found 16 unused gasoline-filled Molotov cocktails near where the suspect was detained. Boulder County District Attorney Michael Doherty said at the news conference. The police also found a gasoline canister in his car parked nearby and a weed sprayer filled with gasoline at the scene. Suleiman told investigators that he had learned how to make the firebombs from YouTube. The suspect, who was being detained in lieu of $10 million bail, according to official records, told police he wanted to kill all Zionist people and wished they were all dead. Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk says on Monday he will call for a parliamentary vote of confidence in his coalition government after his candidate Rafał Trzaskowski lost the presidential election on Sunday. Speaking in a recorded statement shared on social media, Tusk and his government was prepared to work on despite the expected obstruction from incoming President Karol Nawrocki, who will wield veto power over legislation. Tusk's government has been seeking to reverse judicial reforms made by the Nationalist Law and Justice PIS government that lost power 18 months ago, but President Andrzej Duda, a PIS ally, has blocked most of those efforts. Nawrocki is likely to continue that pattern as president. The judicial reforms helped soar relations with Brussels under the PIS government The European Union's top court ruled that a new procedure for reappointing judges did not guarantee their impartiality, opening the way for rulings to be questioned, and Brussels sued Poland after its constitutional tribunal questioned the primacy of EU law. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte on Monday called for European nations to strengthen the deterrence and defense in the face of Russia and terrorism. Speaking at the end of a summit of the so-called B9 and Nordic countries in Vilnius, Rutte said he expects a NATO summit in The Hague later this month to yield a boost in defense industrial production and increase defense investment. It said, though, that despite worries over a reduction of U.S. presence in Europe within the framework of NATO, he expects a very strong conventional presence of the country's troops in the continent.
We are facing the most dangerous security environment in decades. Russia's war of aggression continues. Terrorist threats persist. We are not at war, but we are not at peace either. So we must continue to strengthen our deterrence and defense. At the Hague Summit, I expect allies to demonstrate their enduring commitment to our collective defense by deciding to boost defense industrial production and increase defense investment. And this is simply essential to our security. What we know is that the US next to Europe, of course, also has to take care of the Middle East, has to take care of the Indo-Pacific, and it is only logical that over time, as we are building up, that the US will pivot somewhat more towards Asia. But I am absolutely convinced that also in the long term, there will be a very strong conventional US presence in Europe. Next to the nuclear presence, the nuclear umbrella, our ultimate guarantor of our freedom, there will be a very strong conventional presence of the US in Europe.
The meeting in Vilnius includes Poland, Romania, Lithuania, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Slovakia, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was also present at the talks. Britain on Monday published the results of a 10-month review into the country's defense capabilities, which set out the growing threats it faces and where it must invest to improve national security. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer made the announcement earlier on Monday at BAE Systems Govan shipbuilding site in Scotland, where he later toured the HMS Glasgow with Defence Secretary John Healey.
I think what we've just heard from the Prime Minister is the end of the peace dividend and what he referred to as now the defence dividend. So this is about an increased level of spending, 2.5% in 2027, an increased level of ambition for defence, that 3% when we step into the 2030s. And my job now is to deliver on that. It's a brand new defence review. It affirms the importance of nuclear. It affirms the importance of NATO and our role in NATO. And it also reflects that the threats that we face mean that we have to modernise and innovate at the same time. So this is a welcome day for defence. And our job now is to get on with delivery.
Starmer, like other European leaders, is racing to rebuild the UK's military capabilities after US President Donald Trump told the continent it needed to take more responsibility for its own security. Ukrainian and Russian delegations arrived at Istanbul's Siragan Palace on Monday for a new round of peace talks, joined by senior Turkish officials. And the UN spokesperson Stephanie Duracic was asked about Russia's proposal that a future peace deal be approved by a binding Security Council resolutions. Is that attacks over the weekend killed more than 20 civilians and injured over 100, including children, across several Ukrainian regions. Duracic said aid workers were continuing evacuations and emergency support in areas hit hardest by the conflict.
I don't want to comment on hypotheticals. I think it would be unwise and counterproductive at this point. I do want to add that obviously we hope that the talks that concluded in Istanbul could lead to a full, immediate and unconditional ceasefire as the first step towards a just, lasting and comprehensive peace in line with UN Charter, international law and relevant UN resolutions. We'll go to Ria Novos. Colleagues in the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs tell us that according to authorities, attacks over the weekend and today have killed more than 20 civilians and injured more than 100 others, including children. Civilian infrastructure, including homes, healthcare, and education facilities, as well as power and gas lines, were also damaged. The regions of Donetsk, Kharkiv, Kherson, Sumy, and Zaporizhzhia were among the hardest hit. Aid workers are providing support, delivering material for emergency repairs, along with psychological assistance to all those impacted.
In the same vein, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Monday that a meeting with his Russian and U.S. counterparts could resolve key issues of the ongoing war. Zelensky made these remarks in VU as Russian and Ukrainian officials are due to sit down in Istanbul for their second round of direct peace talks since 2022, with no sign they are any closer to an agreement. One day after Kyiv struck some of Moscow's nuclear capable bombers, Zelensky said that the attack will push Russia towards diplomacy.
The starting point should be a ceasefire and humanitarian actions, the release of prisoners and the return of abducted children. And all key issues can be resolved at the level of leaders. And if Russia undermines even this initial agenda, and if the Istanbul meeting brings nothing, that clearly means strong new sanctions are urgently needed. Specifically, the strongest sanctions President Trump promised. Sanctions should hit Russian energy, especially oil and tankers, price caps, of course, and also Russian banks and the financial sector overall. This is a special moment. On the one hand, Russia has launched its summer offensive, but on the other hand, they are being forced to engage in diplomacy. And this is both a challenge and a real opportunity for us all.
The two sides are expected to discuss their respective ideas for what a full ceasefire and longer-term path to peace should look like, amid stark disagreements and pressure from U.S. President Donald Trump, who has threatened to walk away from talks. Germany has acted on law by turning away asylum seekers at the border. A Berlin court ruled on Monday, citing a case in which border police expelled 3 Somalis who tried to enter the country from Poland. The 2 men and a woman were sent back to Poland from a train station in the eastern city of Frankfurt and Der Oder on the Germany's eastern border on the grounds that they had sought to enter from a safe third country.
In this decision, the court stated that
the ruling could challenge the tough migration stance by Chancellor Friedrich Merz's conservative-led coalition, which was elected in February, promising a crackdown that has caused concern in neighboring countries. It is the first such case since Merz was elected, RBB Media said, citing a court spokesperson. Interior Minister Alexander Dobrindt defended the expulsion and spoke of an individual case, saying he would provide the court with justification for banning entry.
in this decision, the court stated that the justification for our measures should have been more specific. This means we will be complying with this request and providing more detailed reasons. We are sticking to the rejections because we recognize that the legal basis is clear and will therefore continue to proceed in this way, regardless of this individual decision. I have just made it clear once again what happened: an attempt to cross the border on May 2nd without applying for asylum, an attempt on May 3rd without applying for asylum, an attempt on May 9th to apply for asylum. That's why I think it's logical that the police at the border came to the decision to turn the people back. The aim is to send a clear signal that we will continue to maintain that Germany cannot cope with this high number of new arrivals, asylum seekers, and refugees, and that these rejections will therefore continue to take place.
Demonstrations erupted across Bolivia on Monday as supporters of former President Evo Morales and farmers took to the streets to protest the country's worsening economic crisis and the current government. Morales, who ruled the country from 2006 to 2019, was Bolivia's first indigenous president, has challenged his exclusion from the presidential 2025 elections with groups that support him organizing protests and traffic stoppages. In Cochabamba, Morales supporters blocked highways using rocks, tires, and 3 logs. In response, Government Minister Roberto Ignacio Rio Sanjines alleged the purpose of the blockades is to boycott the general elections and to impose the candidacy of a disqualified person who has no party, assuring that neither the police nor the government will not allow cities to be held hostage for personal electoral intentions. The growing or worsening fuel shortage is beginning to affect farmers' ability to harvest their crops, raising concerns in the struggling South American country where agriculture is a critical economic driver. The scarcity resulting in long lines at gas stations is attributed to declining foreign currency reserves over the past decade and in decreasing local gas production, which has reached crisis levels. A fire erupted in the early hours of Sunday morning at a drug rehabilitation facility in central Mexico, killing 12 people and injuring 4 others, according to official reports from local authorities. The tragedy struck at an annex of the Eviver Rehabilitation Center in San Jose, Itabide, Guanajuato, approximately 240 kilometers from Mexico City. Emergency services responded immediately after receiving a distress call through the 911 emergency system. Authorities have not yet released the identities of the victims, but they confirmed that all the victims were being treated at the rehabilitation center. The Guanajuato Attorney General's office has launched an investigation to determine the cause of the deadly fire. Syria's Damascus Security Exchange reopened on Monday after a 6-month shutdown. Syria's stock market stopped trading on December 5th, Sana'a said, citing the need to address or to assess the operational and financing status of the company. Deputy Manager of Damascus Security Exchange, Suleiman Moussaili, said 14 out of 28 listed companies resumed trading in a session seen as a potential turning point for the country's war-battered economy. Mount Etna, an active volcano on the east coast of Sicily, erupted on Monday, spewing out a huge volcanic plume. According to the National Institute of Geophysics and Volcanology, the cloud was likely caused by a collapse of material from the northern flank of the south and east or southeast crater. The eruption has not affected the operations of nearby Catania Airport, Etna standing around 10,800 feet high and located above the Sicilian town of Catania, often erupts but rarely causes damage. Millions of bees were on the loose after a commercial truck transporting beehives crashed in Whatcom County on northwestern Washington state on Friday. According to Whatcom County Sheriff's Office, an estimated 14 million bees escaped their hives following the crash. The county later said more than 24 beekeepers showed up to the rescue the bees and returned them to their hives. In sports, Atletico Madrid forward Antoine Griezmann has extended his contract until June 2027, the La Liga club said on Monday. Griezmann joined Atletico in 2014 and renewed its contract before its expiration in 2026. The 34-year-old is the club's top scorer with 197 goals, surpassing the 173 netted by Luis Aragonés. Griezmann made 53 appearances this season, helping the Spanish club with 16 goals and 9 assists. The France international has so far won 1 Spanish Super Cup 2014, 1 UEFA Super Cup 2018, and 1 UEFA Europa League 2018 with Atletico. Maurizio Sarri has returned to Lazio as head coach a year after he resigned from the post, the Serie A club announced on Monday. Details of the deal were not disclosed by the club, but Italian news agency and Adin Kronos reported that the former Chelsea and Juventus manager Sarri has rejoined Lazio on a 2-year contract with an option of a third season. Sarri resigned as Lazio coach in March 2024. Almost 3 years into his tenure, they finished 7th in Serie A in 2023-2024, having finished 2nd in the previous season. Lazio finished 7th this season under Marco Baroni. Italian Carlo Ancelotti led his first training session as coach of the Brazilian national football team on Monday, ahead of their debut against Ecuador in the South American qualifiers for the 2026 World Cup. The former Real Madrid coach oversaw training at Corinthians Joaquim Grava Training Center in Sao Paulo, with 18 of the 25 players called up for their match against Ecuador. Ancelotti will make his debut in the World Cup qualifiers against Ecuador on Thursday at the Banco Pichincha Stadium in Guayaquil. Brazil currently sits fourth in the South American qualifiers for the 2026 World Cup with 21 points. Ecuador is in second place with 23, with the top 6 teams earning direct qualification. Cristiano Ronaldo joined Portugal on the training pitch on Monday as they prepare for the UEFA Nations League semi-final against Germany, slated for June 4th. Also on hand for training or separately were Paris Saint-Germain players Vitinha, João Neves, Nuno Mendes and Gonçalo Ramos, following the French soccer club's 5-0 thrashing of Inter Milan in the Champions League final on Saturday. Defender Ruben Dias said the current Portugal squad has proven it is capable of taking on a formidable Germany, even as the Germans will have a home advantage, with the semi-final being hosted in Munich's Allianz Arena. Spain and France will square off in the other semi-final on June 5th in Stuttgart. England manager Sarina Wiegman said on Monday they will need their best performance to beat Spain in the Nations League. While England is coming off a 6-0 Nations League thrashing of Portugal on Friday at Wembley, Spain defeated Belgium 5-1 to remain top of the group with 1 game remaining. The winners of the 4 groups advanced to the quarterfinals starting in October. Tuesday's match in Barcelona is England's last before manager Sarina Wiegman announces her European Championship squad on Thursday. The one big Euros question mark is the fitness of Chelsea striker Lauren James, who has not played since suffering an hamstring injury in April. Wiegman is also without defender Millie Bright, who withdrew from camp for an extended period, saying she was mentally and physically at her limit. England kick off their European Championship campaign in Switzerland against France on July 5th.
We are aware that Spain is different, is the highest level we can imagine, so we have to have a good start again. And yes, of course, we're going out there to play the best performance and to take another step in our style of play, in our development, and have a good game plan. Yes. Of course, we want to win, and every prize that you can win, you want to win, and you want to have a good performance too tomorrow. And but it's also, I do say, we're also preparing for the Euros. So we like if a player has a little injury, which would be a risk for the Euros, then I wouldn't play her. And that's one difference. And still, at the same time, I think our squad is strong enough that we can still have a good performance tomorrow against a top team. But I think we're a good team too, and we're going to do everything to win that game.
Yeah, I think pretty even. I think you look at the sets of players who are in form, top players being back, doing well this season. I think both teams in very good position. I think going into the tournament, you're arguing with maybe England, Spain, Germany, France. There's like a handful of teams who are probably in the same position.
Three times champion Novak Djokovic rode into the French Open quarterfinals by beating Britain Cameron Norrie 6-2, 6-3, 6-2 for his 100th March victory at Roland Garros on Monday. Meanwhile, the trial of Tampa Bay race shortstop Wander Franco in the Dominican Republic for alleged sexual abuse resumed on Monday in the city of Puerto Plata after being postponed in December. During the trial, the public prosecutor's litigator Claudio Cordero said that Franco maintained an illegal dating relationship with the then 14-year-old minor with the consent of her mother, who is also a defendant. When addressing the judges, Franco asked for justice to be done. The shortstop is facing charges of sexual abuse, sexual exploitation against a minor and human trafficking in his native Dominican Republic. If convicted, he could be sentenced to up to 20 years in prison. Per ESPN's reports, prosecutors have conclusive evidence to support the charges. Franco, 24, was a rising MLB star in August 2023 when he was placed on administrative leave amidst allegations he had engaged in a relationship with a then 14-year-old girl the month following his first All-Star selection. He was moved to MLB's restricted list in July and remains the subject of an MLB investigation. We're headed for a very short break. By then, we'll be able to take you through the round of business. To stay with us.
The Debt Management Office has launched the June 2025 Federal Government Savings Bond, offering up to 17.121% interest annually. The subscription window opened yesterday and will close on Friday, June 6th. This month's offer includes a 2-year bond at 16.121% and a 3-year bond at 17.121%, slightly lower than the rates in May. Each bond is priced at 1,000 Naira with a minimum investment of 5,000 Naira. Subscriptions can go up to 50 million Naira, making this a key opportunity for retail investors looking for government-backed high-yield returns. The Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, ABCON, has warned that over 3 million Nigerians may lose their livelihoods if BDCs shut down over tough new capital requirements set by the central bank. ABCON President ENUGU revealed that fewer than 10% of BDCs have met the recapitalization threshold set by the CBN in May 2024. Under the new guidelines, Tier 1 BDCs must raise 2 billion Naira in capital, while Tier 2 operators need 500 million Naira. He described the requirements as excessively high and more suited to commercial banks, warning that over 1,500 BDCs and their employees may be forced out of business by deadline. The recapitalization deadline, initially set for December 2024, was extended by 6 months and now expires today, June 3rd, 2025. Aliko Dangote, president of the Dangote Group, has highlighted that Nigerians pay just 55% of what neighboring West African countries pay for petrol. Speaking during a visit to sectors like mining and agriculture, Dr. Touare praised the refinery as a model for African industrialization and urged stronger collaboration between governments and the private sector to drive regional growth. After months of decline, Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves are beginning to rise again, climbing from $37.9 billion in April to $38.46 billion by May 29th. This recovery comes despite falling global oil prices, which dropped by over 16% this year. The central bank attributes the improvement to strategic interventions, including efforts to boost local production and promote exports. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso recently urged businesses to adopt backward integration and reduce reliance on imports. Cardoso also highlighted the creative sector's potential to generate $25 billion annually, encouraging local businesses to tap into global markets and digital platforms. At the close of the trading session yesterday on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, 517.9 million shares worth over 10 billion Naira were traded in 17,019 deals. In the aggregate, 127 listed equities participated in trading, ending with 23 gainers and 36 losers. Multiverse Mining led the gainers with a 9.87% rise, opening at 8 naira 35 kobo closing at 8 naira 35 kobo, followed by livestock feeds opening at 8 naira 80 kobo closing at 10 naira 30 kobo with a 9.57% increase. Next is Lasako Assurance opening at 2 naira 60 kobo closing at 2 naira 80 kobo, and Neymath International PLC opening at 3 naira 5 kobo closing at 3 naira 35 kobo. On the losing end, Secure Electronic Technologies saw a 9.84% decrease opening at 0 naira 62 kobo, closing at 0 naira 55 kobo, followed by eTransact International opening at 6 naira 70 kobo, closing at 6 naira 15 kobo with a 9.56% decrease. And that's business news on Global News. I am Thompson Ime.
That's the news this hour. Many thanks for watching. Join me in a couple of minutes for the morning show. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The country is gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That's what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we're all doubts and they're the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That you are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female.
Welcome everyone. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? It's Tuesday, the 3rd of June 2025. Charles here. All right, it's another beautiful day to talk about the issues regarding Nigeria and every other thing. A lot of persons have started calling for the resignation of the governor of Benue State, or better still, a declaration of state of emergency. Maybe not the type that we have seen in Rivers State. Have the governor maybe step aside, still remain the ceremonial head of the state, but he would be practically almost useless, you know, but somebody should have to control the security architecture of that state. It's unprecedented. And again, it calls for another discussion regarding this state policing thing. The other day, in order to, you know, practically kill the idea of state police, the government said that they were doing some sort of employments that would have us have over 30,000 forest guards. And I'm like, forest guards, are we going to employ these people? Are we going to train them? Are we going to give them weapons? And what happens afterwards? Because when we mention these things, we have to be careful how we go about it. I'm just thinking to myself, how would that work? Where are you going to get the firearms? You're going to purchase firearms and give these people? And we know how sophisticated these people who are in the forest are. I mean, they are really highly sophisticated. So what kind of guns would you be given to forest guards? Would it be led by the police, by the army? You know, these are the issues. You know, sometimes the government just comes out and says something and makes it look like, oh, well, you know what? Nigerians are excited about the fact that they are doing something in the right direction. But if you look at it critically, it's really leading to nowhere. Well, the discussions again about state policing, the governors taking security responsibility for their state, because as it stands, the governors can argue that security within the states is not in their purview. The governor cannot direct the commissioner of police in his state to do something, to act in a certain way, if there is no direct instruction from Abuja, which is the IG of police, which so many persons have criticized, that all security issues are local, and until we begin to deal with these issues locally, would have no headway. Welcome everybody. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. I'm back shortly with the headlines on the dailies. Just stay with. So we'll begin on the Nigerian Tribune this morning, and on the Tribune, screaming headlines: weaponization of poverty. APC tackles Atiku. Amechi El Rufai says trio united by desperation. Silence on 8 years of Buhari's administration. NAV airstrikes kill 20 terrorists in Zamfara. Courts shot lawyers, litigants stranded as judiciary workers begin strike. North must support Southwest in 2027 to complete 8 years in power. Sheikh Hussaini speaks. Assaults on vice principal under police arrests parents, 4 others. Aggrieved lawmakers ask WAEC registrar to resign over conduct of midnight exams. Well, never seen anything like that in my life. Writing exams at night. It is not even an exam that you would write at any point in time. Maybe if you are home, it's online based. You know, if you're home, it's online based. Yes, you can write it anytime. Even if it is 2 a.m., it's okay. At least you're safe. Not an exam that is built for 8 a.m. and you're writing for 11 p.m., 12 p.m. Crazy. Anyway, we haven't seen the tears of WAEC just yet, so maybe we'll excuse that. At the time we're going to see tears, just like JAMB, then we can start taking it seriously. Ground rents. I derive joy in stepping on toes of powerful people, says Wike. Suspected headers kill 43 in Benue communities. Again, Benue bleeds. On the Daily Times, VP Shatima pushes cocoa processing, $25 billion gas pipeline economic drive. Mokwa, flood disaster survivors lament delays in emergency relief. And assets to Tinubu's victory will lead APC campaign in Rivers, says Wike. Okay, you really need to lead that campaign in Rivers. Rivers is already captured. I thought so, but anyways, fingers crossed, you never know. Put Nigeria's democracy on recovery path, ADC National Chair tells Tinubu. WHO, T.Y. Danjuma signs a $2.26 million agreement to advance health in Nigeria. Police arrest 37-year-old Bauchi man over alleged sexual harassment of stepdaughter. Over now to the Nation newspaper. On the Nation, police, CBN, Abuja's agency, others owe FCT ground rent. Headsmen kill 33 in Benue. Court finds El-Rufai 900 million naira for illegally detaining Kajuru leaders. Mokwa flood death toll hits 200. Wike might take on PDP 2027 elections. Amechi Fubara. All the details on the Nation. Over now to the Punch. And on the Punch this morning, presidency moves to settle 2 trillion naira power debt. Reps grill WAEC chiefs over exam disruptions. Judiciary workers strike grounds courts. 7 states spend 190% of revenue on loan repayments. 2027, Wike's Tinubu endorsement sparks opposition firestorm. PDP bigwigs, opposition parties split over minister's stance. Bode George, Amechi Camp, others vow to fight Wike. Federal government estimates 880 billion naira yearly for road maintenance. IATA decries high airlines operating cost in Nigeria and others. LP in turmoil as PDP eyes local government poll upsets. Over now to the Daily Trust. Mokwa flood, death toll hits 200, over 500 still missing. Sad tale, really, really sad. Still staring us in the face, and we still hear about the delayed relief materials. Always delayed when it comes to the people, but never delayed when it comes to their remunerations. That's a truth. Ribadu's warning against ransom payments to kidnappers. Ribadu's warning against ransom payment to kidnappers. That's on the Guardian newspaper this morning. NAV strike kills 20 bandits, 5 vigilantes in Zamfara. Amnesty International demands probe. Mokwa flood, over 1,000 still missing, 200 bodies recovered. Publish or perish. 97% of public varsities default in online visibility and transparency and order. 97% of public varsities default in online visibility and transparency order. Anyways, you can put that on the scale of the job of a public affairs analyst or public affairs department or communications department of the university. So it's more like an indictment on all of them. PDP tries AGF as Osun government sues federal government for shopping council's allocations. 16 years after a meltdown, NGX market cap surges by 347.5%. 2027, PDP's internal crisis worsen as Wike George trade words. Natasha's denial of sexual harassment allegation against me an afterthought, says Omokri. Over 950 southeast locations occupied by bandits, headsmen, and kidnappers. All the details on The Guardian. We're back to the table where Chris is waiting. Chris, good morning. Thank you for joining.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, dear people of the world. It's another bright and early morning, and glory be to God for life.
Indeed, yes. Weaponization of poverty and allegations that TICU, well, the proposed coalition is putting on the table of APC, and APC, well, hasn't denied it. They've been there for 10 years. May 2015 to May 2025 will be 10 years since they've led this country, and the description of their leadership is weaponization of poverty. Do you agree?
Well, when the people talked about weaponization of poverty and APC is tackling Atiku, Amechi, and El-Rufai, there's one word they use there. They say these three politicians in Nigeria are united by desperation. And they were silent on 8 years of Buhari's administration. This kind of issues is actually what brings confusion in Nigeria. Anybody who talks about what APC is doing, if you are not desperate, you are either so ambitious or you want to take over power from APC. Well, it's all they call them politics. But we know in sense society, it's a constructive criticism that makes things work. We must have this checkmate that puts you back. The Igbo says it's not only the dead man that strengthens the neck. You can even strengthen the neck of a person who is alive. And it takes two to tango, because this idea, that is why people are blindly not looking at that everybody wants to support APC to sound political correct. But after we sound political correct, what next? That it tells you that some people do not really care about the people. They think they are making so much criticism, noise, empty noise, that they are representing them. If we care about the people, there are certain things we take and find a way of doing that. It's not everybody that talks about how APC has fared in 2 years and that there is a hunger and hardship in Nigeria. You now find a way of replying and find a good word. Some people are paid to do it, fine. But then, let us search our conscience and think this, with this, if this will take Nigeria further, fine. If it would not, let us think about it. They call it politicking. After you do the politicking, you settle back in Abuja. What happens to us that are in the villages? And they don't come back home. Because somebody is saying that there's a high level of poverty in the society, that the central government has weaponized poverty to make sure everybody falls in line. And then we are talking about something must unite people. So if desperation has united these three major Nigerian politicians, then some will look into it. If they will ever, we thank God that something is bringing them together to at least keep a voice and say there is hunger, and it's not only Atiku, it's not only Amechi, it's not only El-Rufai that have been saying this.
Yeah, but again, so some persons would also say that these are the same persons who came together in 2014 and foisted Buhari on us.
Yes.
And that experience still lives rent-free in our heads, and people didn't have a good experience having to, allow Buhari come on board, and he was, by all stretch of our imagination, a very bad leader.
You're right.
So if these people come back again and tell us the same thing, in order for us to follow them because they are hungry, which we know that these guys are not hungry, it means that there's something that they're hiding.
No, they say they weaponize poverty. They didn't say that they are hungry. Now, what we are saying, they hoisted somebody on you in the past for 8 years and we'll find where we are. So take it aside. Let them not speak again. Let the people who hoisted the ones who are now talk. And we'll continue to hoist and hoist. So if you hoist and it didn't work out, keep quiet. Don't talk again. How will that solve the problem? They have not denied they didn't hoist anybody. And they were part of this, even some of them that they are mature and they were part of the APC to a great extent. Whatever is making them see that this party that they have supported so much is something that we should all stop to look at. Nobody, they are all politicians, yes. But it takes a thief to catch a thief. It takes a politician to criticize a politician. It takes, if you want to catch monkey, you behave like monkey. And whatever it is, however illustration we are going to make to drive what I'm trying to say home, shows that, Charles, don't you believe there's a hunger in the society?
Well, there is, but not
Fine.
not from Amechi.
No.
Who has been in power for almost 30 years.
When hunger is in the society, you are concerned is whoever says it, who is coming from. So Amechi, Atiku, Erufai, keep quiet. Let Charles wait for somebody. Charles, let me tell you now, let's forget what Amechi. Charles, there's hunger in the society. Have you heard it? No, I mean, if that makes you to hear it, don't forget. That's why we, in Nigeria, we leave the substance and pursue shadow. Now, they have said this, and we know, they are saying what we know. Now, it's left for us to know whether we follow them because they say it. Because you don't need to tell us there's hunger. And if you're saying there's hunger, and you are looking at the position of people who are causing the hunger, or you felt or alleging are causing the hunger, you must tell us where, if you get there, what you do to stop the hunger. It's not enough to remind what we know. The hunger is there and is mowing away in our stomachs. All the worms are growing fat. They're eating the intestines of Nigerians. And I tell you, there is real hunger. The worst thing is not if it's only hunger, Nigerians are wrestling, they will survive. There is insecurity. So you are battling hunger, you are battling insecurity. We are battling so many things. There's natural, the climate change has started bringing in, showing some signs that Nigeria is not safe. Flooding. The first time they reported flooding in Mokwa, they say 100 is dead, 100 missing. This morning. And 2 days after, they now calculated the missing among the dead. This morning, we have had 500 missing. 220 something already dead and buried. Now, what that tells you, in the next 3 days, they will add up the death in Mokwa to have reached about 800. They're just trying to give you that chloroquine coated in chocolate. The flood that is going to besiege Nigeria, and the NIMET announced, to tell you again, 2 days ago, I saw a report that NIMET has warned between Monday yesterday and Wednesday there will thunderstorms, there will great rain, that will also bring flood. Nobody, when NIMET has kept that, nobody, I don't see, we listen to weather forecasts from across the CNN and the foreign nations. We don't see Nigerian media pushing weather forecasts from NIMET for our Nigerians to see. We don't see the government agencies pushing it in all the things they tell us. They not see people who are going about raising that awareness. Because there was an issue, we said, if NIMET warned, who drives their warning down to all the people? Because you know the high level of illiteracy in Nigeria. So the people who are in the villages do not know what Oyibo you are speaking, and you know the government who are up to local government, they have councillors at the wards that are grassroots. How has it trickled down? The data and the information for the people to now see. And what has government done? That's what I'm saying. Niger State government, what did it do? What the other state governments do when NIMET announced this? And more rains are there. You woke up this morning in ENUGU, you know how it rained last night? These days, when it started raining, you're wondering whether it's Noah's Day. So if the climate change is in Noah's Day, return of Noah, and the Noah's Ark, the government and the agencies that have all occupied Abuja, they do not want to occupy Nigeria. They occupied Abuja, and they are settling themselves in Abuja, should look Otherwise, they won't see anywhere to go again or call their constituencies. And they will start struggling in Abuja. And who knows, very soon, whatever happened in Mokwa, half from what's the distance between Niger State and Abuja, the FCT. So when they think they're safely home, in all the government accommodations that we're paying for them to occupy in Abuja, and they don't think about other people. What happened in Mokwa? It's not a monopoly of Mokwa. The way I cry about this, the way I've been crying about issues in Nigeria. What happened in Mokwa recently is not a monopoly of Mokwa. And Nigerians are the legendary children who were eating mushroom when it was clear that mushroom killed their papa, mushroom killed their mama, mushroom killed their great-grandparents. You wake up in the morning and still see them. You say, what are you holding? That's Nigeria. Who did this to us? He said, na mushroom. He said, okay, your case is inequitable. Let me use Azikiwe Soyibo. That's broken bottle that has no mequetalism. And it's unfair that we have people who think they're, I mean, I don't know. So let's move on. 43 killed. You talked about that in your opening statement in Benue. And we are saying, you know, how long will the Benue, Plateau, and Borno State bleed before we look there and think that emergency is needed? How long? The other states are bleeding quietly. Some of their governors want to sound political correct. Nothing happens. Whenever it happens, you cover it up. People are dying across. When they say the number of communities that have been occupied in southeast Nigeria, the result were released in Intersociety recently. If you know, over 580-something communities have been occupied in southeast Nigeria. And the government
occupied by who?
They're occupied by people who we suspect are the people who causing this trouble. And when you see strange people occupying your land, you don't know what they are doing. And every day people are being kidnapped. There's a viral video going on along with the Obioma, that old road connecting Ninth Mile. Viral video of cars that have been lined up there. It said people that were kidnapped. So there's hunger, hardship, there's insecurity everywhere. People are dying, people are going, and then Ribadu is saying, do not pay
ransom.
That's the National Security Advisor. He said, do not pay ransom to not even negotiate with them. And he's speaking to us from Abuja. As National Security Advisor, he may have had reason why he's saying so. But I don't know. Because, let me give you a clear instance of what happened. I was talking with some people. They said, when we get to Southeast Nigeria, the governors of Southeast Nigeria came to tell us, do not listen to sit at home. Then they'll go, come out, go to your trade businesses, do it. And it has happened everywhere. And they said, when I wake up in the morning, I walk the street, I don't see these governors. I don't see their wives. I don't see their children. I don't see their extended relations in the market coming to open shops with us. We don't even see police. We don't see security. They will far. And you cannot access the government houses of Southeast Nigerian governors. And they will be telling you, go. That's the same. I'm trying to compare this situation. These are some of us that are in the street, what we hear. He said, you can sit down there. It's comfortable for you, for Ribadu to sit down there and say, don't. He didn't tell us alternative. There must be an alternative. If you say do not negotiate or give a ransom to the pay, what are you going to do? So when, God forbid, and there's somebody related to you, you get a phone call and they confirm that the people, the terrorists, the bandits are holding any of your relations, and they're calling you and said, go and bring money and keep it here. The same Nigerian system, some of them, the same Nigerian system in Nigeria, bandits will call you, tell you where to go, where are the police, where are the army, where are the security agents, where are the DSS. And you still go and pay the ransom comfortably, they take it and make viral video where they are sharing the money. and nobody can trace them. We don't have GPS information. They don't have the telecom businesses that are making billions of money that have hiking prices. They don't have a way of helping security track this. And we say we are Nigeria. And somebody sit down and say, they're using us as human shield. And that's dangerous. Human shield. That's what I consider the National Security Advisor wants us to do. It's easier for him to say so. Because he's safely tucked away in a very well cocooned and safeguarded office. So it's safe for him. But God forbid. But when you carry the dead body of another man, it looks like you're carrying a dead wood.
Chris, we are actually out of time, but I don't know if you can squeeze in within a minute. One of the headlines that attracted your attention, because there are so many
yes,
of them.
It's a resigned because of midnight exam.
Yeah.
Now they're calling for the WAEC, and I joined the voice and said the WAEC people should resign. Whoever is in charge of WAEC should resign.
Why?
We took exams. You took WAEC. I took WAEC. I can't remember how many years ago. We didn't take exam in the night. When WAEC has gone to conduct an exam in midnight, then it's high time. Well, if WAEC has turned to secret society and occult group.
Well,
then,
I mean, in your analysis, you also said previously that JAMB registrar should not resign. What's the difference between?
No, I said because people immediately call whoever set the trap for JAMB head boss is for him to be picked out, and they still remain in society. I said they should give him chance even before he resigned to go and clean up the system, because only he has the power to clean up the system.
So why do you think it's not? But
JAMB has been WAEC has been decentralized. We have NECO. We have now that even that what brought WAEC to have a competitor is even taking them further into disaster. The man should go. It means their case is on Mekotaro. Because it's not how many times will something happen to you before you learn it. You did the first one, they said WAEC, they said the second one, WAEC, we created an alternative NECO, and you still go organizing the exam in the midnight. Very soon you hear that there will be no exam at all, and they release the result.
Right.
Assault on vice principal.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Yes, and that one. He said assault on. I thank the parents who go to attack principals because they want the principal to allow their children to cheat in exams. Whatever you sow, you reap. When you go fight vice principals for your children to pass exam, that's why. So when they become the man, they're making the chairman of INEC tomorrow, who will be complaining. Nigerian society, we are part of the problem. And Nigerian parents these days, I bow and shudder at some of you and your behavior. And we are not ashamed. Charles, God bless Nigeria. If Nigeria really want the blessing of God, because I keep calling for blessing, and Nigerians do not even want the blessing of God.
All right, thank you, Chris, for your insights. We're back after the short break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. So in the wake of this incessant security situation that we've been facing as a nation, the talk about state police is now in the offering. And it almost seems as if it's a circle. And every single time we have, heightened insecurity problems, then we can now start talking about, oh, well, how about state police? And then when it gets better, everybody forgets it. And then when it gets back again, what's up with this state-tested police? It happens every now and then. In fact, I have lost count of amount of the times that this country have spoken at that level about state police. I'm talking about since 1999. And up until this moment, there hasn't been any finger raised about state police. Well, where do we go from here? And what are the pros, the cons of having a state police? What is the advantage? What are the disadvantages? How can someone who is a champion of human rights here in Nigeria? Good to have you. Larry, thank you for joining us. Larry Ogwego.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So, I don't know. There are different proponents of the state police. The most recent, in fact, the IG said it's not the best way to go about it, and even as much convinced this current president that it's not the way to go, that, well, the governors would hijack it. Say, oh, well, there might be issues, there might be a fight between two state polices and you might get into trouble with that. Do you see these excuses not to have state police as tenable? Do you advocate for state police? What is the problem with our security architecture that we are not able to secure ourselves?
This is like a triple barrel question, if you ask me. But it will start somewhere. First of all, the Nigeria police force, as we know it, has been consistent in insisting that we should not have state police, and for obvious reasons. They want a monopoly of power. So you don't have to go far to know why they don't want state police. They don't want decentralization. They don't want the governors to stop funding them. I've always said something that people don't take note of. We've claimed that the Nigerian police force is underfunded. But the last time I checked, they are the only federal institution that is consistently funded by the federal government, the state government, the local government areas, businessmen, and communities. In states like Anambra, communities actually donate money officially and consistently to the police. I'm aware many other states in the southeast do that. And then local government areas give funds to DPUs. Of course, we are aware that a lot of the vehicles, in fact, I think the federal government has abandoned issues of police movement and logistics to the states. I don't know the last time federal government gave police 1,000 vehicles. The states consistently provide for the mobility of the police. Lagos State provides for even kits and all that. So the IG doesn't want a situation where if, like, you're taking care of someone else's baby because of your benevolence, and suddenly you have twins yourself, and naturally you focus on your own kids to some extent. And that is part of the challenge the Nigerian police force is dealing with. They are actually afraid that they may First of all, stop getting as much attention as they're getting, as much money. And then some of the state's police units that may function well will probably demystify them and demonstrate that this security thing can be done. So they don't want to be said to be the IG that supervised the balkanization of policing in Nigeria. So I think the Nigerian Police Force basically recommends that they have that monopoly over internal security for selfish reasons. And I don't think it's tenable.
But then, I mean, if you are a police officer or at that level, when you look at the situation in this country, you want the best for the nation. Why do people at that level don't think about the greater good of the people? Because all you have just mentioned are basically personal or something that is going to not favor a group of them who are top there. Like, why is it like that?
I don't think we need to dwell on this. I mean, it's something we all know. The average Nigerian leader is not interested in greater good. It's not only the police. So I don't think we need to waste time on that. Our leadership recruitment process is totally flawed. People get into leadership as business. When I say business, I mean not normal business, as a racket. So when people get into leadership for the purpose of becoming rich overnight, they prioritize the purpose, the reason for which they join politics. They are not interested in your welfare. I mean, when we have leaders who think the way you're suggesting, Nigeria will become one of the greatest countries in the world in a very short time. It doesn't take forever to transform a nation. A country like Singapore that has practically nothing became one of the finest places to live on earth in one generation, 30 years. Considering the resources we have in Nigeria, we can do it in less than 20 years, really. Look at Rwanda, how many years? So I don't think we need to dwell on that question. We know who we are. It's sad, but the average Nigerian leader is not interested in the welfare of the people. I don't want to digress and start talking about that. So just understand that it shouldn't bother you. When we have leaders who care for the people, we know. How many times have you heard that anybody is building low-cost housing for the poor? Do you have places where ordinary workers live in Abuja? How can you develop a city and you don't consider ordinary people? A self-contained room at Abuja is between 1.5 million and 3 million. So where will your drivers live? Where will your chefs live? Where will your clerks live? That's why Abuja office is open by 9 a.m. People have to transfer themselves from Karu, from Gwagwalada, from even Niger State to come to work. So we're a very dysfunctional nation. So let's not pretend that we don't know about it. As for the policing matter, they are behaving like other Nigerians. They're interested in their pockets, they're interested in their positions, they're interested in their influence, and that's what matters to them, unfortunately so. Unfortunately so. I mean, you don't have to talk just about the IG and at that level. If you go to a typical Nigerian police station, it's commercialized. They actually function like private security outfits. To engage in any activity, you pay commercial rates, and they call it mobilization, so they don't pretend about it. So we know. And imagine that you wake up overnight and you create 37 competing businesses because they're running like a business now, an inefficient business meanwhile. And they are collecting money, dispensing services that don't even meet up with the money they collect. And then you want to create 37, 36 states plus Abuja. So they have all over the place drivers who may obviously whittle down their customer base, and I'm now using business language because they're running like a business. If you want to arrest a criminal, you pay money. You want bail, you pay money. You want to write statements that someone did something wrong, you pay money. Even private security companies don't operate like that. So let's not get into that analysis of the way the Nigerian police works. I don't think they should work well in isolation, really. Nothing works well in Nigeria for now, so we need to begin to fix those things. But why I think the police is a special case is because if the right arm of the law is weak, then you don't really have laws. I mean, if you have laws you can't enforce. The enforced part is the police. So if we have a judiciary that is weak, and then you have a police that is inept, then you have chaos, and that's what we're experiencing. The big question we have to ask is, will state police solve the problem? if we want to really get into that conversation, I don't want to look at do you support, are you against? We are not a thinking nation. The first thing you do if you have a problem is to think it through, not to speculate or react or respond based on emotions. So there are questions to be asked. Question number one, is our problem the structure of the police? Our assumption is that if we have policing units that are closer to the people, they will operate better. But we have vigilante units that are closer to the people. And in some communities, they commit more mayhem than the police. I'm not saying that the state policing is bad, but I think we need to raise the questions, analyze them, and then decide where to go. There are 4 critical questions we must answer. The first is the money question. Who will fund the state police? Is it state governments that cannot pay minimum wage? So the question is, how do we fund the state police? If you want the state police to function well, you don't arm young people and not pay them salaries. They will collect their salaries on the streets from the people. So if we're going to have state police, it means that the states must be willing to have the salary of the policemen charged from their federation accounts. That's my own recommendation. If we must have it, no governor should decide whether he wants to pay them or not, because he will create armed robbers if he doesn't pay them. So who will fund the state police? That's question number one. And then there's the power question. The first one is the money question. The second is the power question. Who hires the head of the state police? Maybe you call him Superintendent General or state commissioner, because if you don't have the federal police structure as we know it, we won't have state commissioners in the state. It's useless, because that's another question I will raise. But one of the questions is, who will have power to appoint the critical staff, the person who will lead the state police, and then the persons who will lead the unit, the divisional police officers? Somebody must exercise that power. We cannot afford to put that power in the hands of governors. I'm not suggesting, I'm stating that it will be disastrous the way Nigeria works. That much power and invest in governors. Why we have challenges now with federal elections, and there's always this chaotic accusation and everything about the conduct of security agencies, because too much power is vested in the president. So he controls the security apparatus. He appoints the IG. On paper, he's supposed to make consultations and all that, but we know how these consultations work. We know how tenures are extended and all of that. So we cannot make that same mistake with state police. So we have to think of a way to create a team that will be able to moderate the powers of the governor in terms of appointments. If not, it will be used against political opponents. All kinds of things will happen. We know that. It's not something to pretend about. It's already happening at the federal level. That's why if you steal our money and you join APC, your sins will be forgiven. It was announced publicly. So it will also happen at the state level, that if you don't behave in the opinion of the governor, the state police will come after you. They can even go to the House of Assembly and pass a bill just because of one person. That's how much challenge we have within discipline here. And then we have another big question, the hiring question. So who will be in charge of the recruitment process? And when we talk about recruitment process, there are components of the recruitment process that are critical. The first is screening. Then you recruit, and then you train. Who will screen the police officers who hire? Is it the present federal police apparatus? I ask this question because we have had reports of persons with questionable character being hired into the Nigerian police. Miscreants, people who have criminal records. So the question becomes, who will screen the people who will apply to join the state police? Who will conduct the hiring exercise? And most importantly, who will train them? Is it the federal police that we are running away from their excesses that will train the state police? We are not answering these questions. We are just shouting, we want state police. You cannot unleash policemen on Nigerians without training. So who will train them? That's the biggest question for me, because we don't have any training institution in Nigeria that will not teach them how to be corrupt. So that's the problem.
You don't have a training institution?
We don't have any training institution that can raise units road safety units. So they assume, it's our job, it's our right. So how can a man who has not been able to train his children, train another person's children? It doesn't make sense to me. So we have to answer the training question. But one of the most critical questions nobody's even talking about is, what do you do with the close to 300,000 policemen we are told that we have? What do you do with the local police stations? If you have state police, do you still need a DPO in your village? That's a federal police officer. If the answer is no, what are we going to do with the structure? These are real conversations. I can't make recommendations on all of them here. I have my opinions, I have my suggestions. Some of them are not suggestions. There are some I said they are not suggestions. If we don't follow that path or a superior path, we just commit suicide, security-wise. But the issue of state police is a very sensitive issue. We must answer these critical questions. There are 4 major questions. That is the money question, the power question, the hiring question, and then you have to look at the control question. That's the 4th one. Who controls this space in the states on a day-to-day basis? At the national level, we have what we call the Police Service Commission. They are responsible for discipline and promotion. So are you going to replicate the Service Commission in all the 36 states? Are you going to take this responsibility and give to a Police Service Commission that is, say, grappling with one unit that they are not able to fix? So we have these fundamental questions. But of course, I added the big issue of, what do you do with the existing officers? What do you do with the existing infrastructure? Are we going to do some handover? For instance, should the federal police hand over the divisional units to the local police? Should they probably man the area commands and enforce federal crimes with their manpower? So the how. We're not discussing the how. We are just shouting. And that is why we are likely to be taken unawares. Because when we now decide to do it, we won't be prepared. We will just do it anyhow. And if we do it anyhow, it will fail. It will be a colossal failure, in the sense that you just spend more money, you create more problems. You create more checkpoints. You create more corruption. You create more police brutality. You create more chaos. Let me say something that we need to think about. If we don't create a police system that works at the state level, it may take you 2 days to travel from Calabar to Maiduguri because of checkpoints. And if they arrest you in a state, if they arrest you now in Calabar, you can call CRA at Abuja. Because there's a central command structure, they can tell them on the phone to release that car. They didn't do anything. So if they arrest you at Calabar, at the state police that arrested you, and Abuja doesn't have control over them, and you can't even speak the language, you don't live there, you don't know any politician, what do? You must pay. If you don't pay, you're in trouble. I'm just using Calabar as an isolated example. It could happen to you anywhere. The point I'm making is that, knowing how corrupt the policing space is, I have worked in that space since 2007. If you go and replicate that monster in 36 states plus Abuja, all of us will regret it. And I say this authoritatively. Now, does it mean we shouldn't have it? No. It means that we should think it through and do it well. The reason we are suffering now is because we didn't think the present Nigerian police was through. We inherited a colonial police that was used to suppress us and flog us into shape to obey the colonial masters. We inherited it hook, line, and sinker. We didn't tell them, oh, the colonial masters have gone. You are now our servants. You are our official megad. If we tell you to stand at the gate, stand at the gate. The people should control you. We didn't do that, and they are now still ruling us. That's why a policeman can slap his boss. When you slap a citizen, you just slapped your boss. You are paid with taxpayers' money. But they don't know that, because the colonial masters used them basically to flog us into shape. It was a police officer that shot the coal miners. That's what you see there at a New Market. So the man just pulled his revolver and shot at people who were saying, we want better treatment. Because that was his job then. I don't blame him that much. That was his job. If he did return to UK to become a regular police officer, he was a lord and master here. They used to carry him on their shoulders. So he wanted that privilege to continue. If we don't fix these processes I mentioned and we jump into state police, we're going to create a bigger problem. So I'm not saying we shouldn't have it. I'm saying we should tread cautiously. And for once, we should think before we act.
I mean, highlighting these issues really mind-boggling. Then you want to think through whether we have anything in sight that looks like a decision that would be a stopgap to these things. The president and the minister have actually suggested the employment of forest guards. I think over 300,000 forest guards or so that have been projected to be employed to man our forest, because mostly some of these kidnappings are actually done in the forest. And I'm wondering, really, to what extent will that really work?
I'm sure you're wondering why I'm laughing.
Because everybody's looking for solutions.
What's funny about forest guards, right?
Yeah.
You know, we're a funny country. They don't have forest guards in South Africa. Let me explain why I was laughing. I don't know how we generate solutions. We just wake up one day and one contractor or one politician will just throw up one idea. All of us start running around. 300,000 forest guards. I went for a training project in South Africa, and I flew from Johannesburg to Durban. Approximately 1 hour flight. I sat by the window and I looked out of the window for 1 hour. I didn't see one forest. I saw farms and plantations. Coming back from Durban, I had the same experience. That money you are going to use to employ forest guards, use it to promote agriculture and occupy the forests. Keep the forest busy. If people,
but that's the problem. Now people don't go to the forest anymore because of bandits, people who...
You can remove them at their spirits. Even the military have told us regularly, the boys have told us, see, what are you talking about? These are a few miscreants. If you want to clear any forest and bring soldiers and say, enter this forest and remove, the soldiers fought wars, don't you get it? We fought Biafran war. Both the Biafran soldiers and the Nigerian soldiers fought in forests. See, if you want to clear a forest in 3 days, it happened in ENUGU here. At towards Ipof, when they wanted to clear some mist, you just go into the bush and remove them. Yeah, that's not rocket science. Ask any soldier. This one they're saying they are sophisticated. How many are there? They are grossly outnumbered. They are outfoxed. They don't have the legitimacy to be in the forest. So if you want to take back any forest, you remove the people there. The reason we are not serious about removing them from the forest is because it's not just about banditry. It's also about the complex equation of solid minerals. It's about the people who are protecting one who is a nationally influential person to be negotiating between government and the people who sabotaged one of our most important assets, the Abuja-Kaduna Railway. And it was going on openly, I'm negotiating, and people are paying ransom. You see, there is a war economy going on in Nigeria. People buy weapons. People manage operation, Lafia Dole operation, this and that. Those operations, go to the budget and check how much money they are given. So there's a war economy around these things. If you want to solve the problem, if there's a political will to solve the problem, you go into the bush, pursue them from the bush, and create economic activities that will be sustainable in those forests. There is no forest that is not owned by someone, really. The place we call Yankari Game Reserve was actually just a forest, and people converted it to a game reserve. And it became a game reserve. I gave you the example of South Africa. Even impossible terrains, that's impossible terrains, with all kinds of mountains and hills, they cultivated trees and things around them. There is no unmanned space. The reason we are discussing forest guard is to actually tame unmanned spaces. So rather than go and pay people to extract value from the land and the forest, you pay people to go there and sit down and say they are taking care of forest. They are not farming. They are not doing anything. 300,000. You see the way we think. Very unproductive kind of thinking. Why should people go and sit around the forest and say they are protecting forest? You see, everything we do, somebody is waiting to sew uniform for the 300,000. Somebody is waiting. You see, all these things are just driven by proposal. If you go to Abuja or any state capital in Nigeria, you see professional proposal writers who don't have anything in their brain but the money they'll get out of the proposal. I'm not saying people shouldn't write proposals, but your proposal should be driven by real solutions that will be beneficial to the country. And I'm not saying we can't have forest guard. It's not an option, but it's not a sensible option. Because there are some states that have also tried to go into the forest with forest guards. ENUGU state has forest guards for crying out loud. So what has been the outcome? Do you know that some members of the forest guard in ENUGU don't go to work? I'm saying this authoritatively. I know at least 2 persons who are members of the forest guard and they are doing their business. They don't go to work at all. They don't know any forest. They have not been inside any forest.
They said they lack funding, most of them. The ones that have
The
spoken
most
to them.
important thing is that the forest guards we have are not guarding the forest. It has been a colossal failure. I want to create a bigger one. You see, you can't get a young man who lives in the city and hire him and say he's forest guard. You go into the forest. See, there are so many impediments to this idea. You now, I don't know if there's any amount they will pay you and say you're commander of the forest guard. I go into the forest. It's not your terrain. You don't want to go in there. It's an entirely different city on its own. That's the forest is an ecosystem that if you are not part of it,
what's a possible
you don't want to go there.
Solution to this with the security that we're having? What do you think can be done, like in the immediate, say in another 1 year, 2 years, or maybe another 6 months, in order to stop this incessant killings that we're seeing across board?
I think the first challenge we have is not a security challenge; it's a political challenge.
Political challenge.
Yes, our leaders do not have the political will to stop it. You see, we don't like telling ourselves the obvious things that are happening to us. I'll use the Plateau case study. Ever so often, they are attacked and killed. And they have told us on national TV, everywhere, that we know who is killing us. We know where they are. And you are pretending that it's a security problem. If you know where they are, and, okay, worst case scenario, assume we have the political will, and someone comes on national television to say, we know who are killing us, we know where they are. Somebody should challenge the person and say, okay, show us where they are. At least somebody should respond. Nobody says anything about those claims, which suggests that it's true. So if they know where they are, why don't you go there and remove them? The same case with Benue. Why don't you just go there and remove them? I mean, you can't tell me that, let's say there are 500. They say there are maybe number about 200 on bikes. So how can 200 bandits overwhelm the Nigerian army? There is no political will to deal with these guys. And if we want to deal with them, we won't go there to have conversations. They are fighting a war, actually. You go there to remove them. I don't mean remove them physically. You know, they use the word that is very interesting, neutralize. So if when you neutralize, they are permanently out of service. But there is no political way. So you are trying to get me to begin to prefer suggestions to people who don't want to use any suggestion. The major challenge we have is that there are sacred cows in Nigeria who, when they kill people, we actually use state apparatus to either protect them or we look the other way. When they are killed, or when their cows are killed, everybody will be up in arms. Why did you kill this cow? Why did you kill this person? The rule of law is not enforced in Nigeria. So if you ask for recommendations, my first recommendation is that our president should go to school and study the meaning of the rule of law. So you have the same law for everybody. You have the same methods of managing crime and everything for everybody. So if a Fulani herdsman or a farmer does something that is illegal, you punish the person. If a farmer poisons somebody's cattle, you punish the person. In fact, if that cattle is eating your corn and you poison the cattle, you punish the cattle rearer for allowing cattle to stray. You punish the farmer for poisoning cattle. You restore some sanity. The first time there was a race riot in Singapore, you know, people think it's only Nigeria that has tribalism problems. After Lee Kuan Yew became the leader, shortly after, there was a race riot. And Lee Kuan Yew not only went there physically, he kept saying never again. And the way he was saying it, he not only said it, he deployed every power he had to ensure that it never happened. It has never happened for more than 40 years. Never again. We don't have never again leaders in Nigeria. We have leaders who bend to all kinds of political whims and suggestions. They're always focused on election, who will bring the votes, which tribe, which church, they don't want to get people to understand that at some point, we won't have a nation if we continue like this. So we need that transformational leader, that visionary leader, that will sit some of these cabal leaders down and tell them, look, the way we are going, very soon you won't have anybody to lead. Don't you get it? We need to up our game. If you want power, let's give you some other kind of power, but not destructive power. We don't have such leaders. We have leaders who are focused on elections, who will get me the votes of this tribe, who get me the votes of that church, and they are willing to do anything to get those votes. But it's not rocket science. The first thing you should do is to make sure that if anybody commits a crime, the person pays. If you find anybody breaking the law, you unleash the full weight of our military and the police on those people. Unfortunately, we don't have political leaders who are interested in that. So I don't want to start spending my energy and my intellectual capacity making recommendations to people who use them. I mean, experts have made several recommendations. And people say we know where they are. They come like this, they come like that. In fact, some people even allege that before they come to attack us, that some people will come and collect our firearms in the name of disarmament, oh, that there's peace now. And if they come today to collect our guns that we use to defend ourselves, they will come tomorrow, 2 days after. So how can we be telling such stories in the open? And Charles, the people who tell those stories on national television, they have not been arrested, they have not been interrogated, they are left alone, which suggests that saying the truth, their truth is not responded to. And you're asking me to make suggestions to people who don't want to solve the problem. It doesn't make sense. They are not willing yet to solve the problem.
Right.
If you know how much power Nigeria has, Nigeria is the nation that went to Liberia and stopped a national crisis all by themselves. Nigeria was the hegemon of West Africa. We were ECOWAS. We were ECOWAS. When Nigeria became a slumbering giant, a tottering giant, ECOWAS became a toothless bulldog. ECOWAS threatened Niger. Nothing happened. If it was under Obasanjo stopped a coup. You've forgotten. He went to the country and told them, see, these boys, get out from here. Do you know what they're talking about? They knew that Obasanjo could have come there practically to enforce his words. We have a weak nation, a giant that is weak at the knees, a toothless bulldog. And everybody knows that we are toothless, so they don't just respect us anymore.
Larry, we'll have to leave it there. Many thanks for your insights. I mean, it's just amazing. Wish we can drag this further, but because of time. All right. Larry Ogwego is a public affairs analyst, a human rights champion. Many thanks for your insight on today's program. Thank you again.
It's my privilege, my pleasure, my privilege, and I hope that all of us will begin to think properly about our problems before we act.
Absolutely. All right, we're back after the short break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Good morning. Still a beautiful day. June 3rd. It's a Tuesday. Hope you're good out there. We're looking at the rising incidences of scams and business transactions across Nigeria. Mazi Obidiwo is a public affairs analyst who has some insights to share with us this morning. He's on the Zoom platform. Good to have you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
What for you are the most common scams that we have right now in business, especially across Nigeria?
All right. Primarily, I think it's what we call the cyber scam is very common, and it comes in forms of primarily it started with receiving messages on your phone, and most of those messages will come with a link, and they do it in such a way that it looks on not threatening, just simple, like a simple conversation. Click on the link so that you either join a Zoom meeting or you register for something. They make it very attractive. Some other times they will call you and tell you that there is going to be a Zoom meeting in so time, that they will send a code to you. What they're actually doing is they want to have access, all right, to your personal information, either bank information, or have access to your email, or have access, to things that should be personal. And when you do that, suddenly you discover if they want to take possession of your bank details, after some time, you would start seeing, text messages, alerts, and some other time they just want to, if they do that on a, let's say, a WhatsApp platform, after some time you discover that you've lost access to your WhatsApp group, and they would start, contacting your friends, making demands for money. There are emergencies, please help, those kind of a thing. We call this type of cyber attacks, we call them phishing, right? Because the essence is to deceive you to have access to your private details, like bank account, password, and private information. And at times also they get they want to gain access to your friends, right, and begin to make calls demanding money. It's very common. It's actually very common. Then there are times also you get phone calls. They introduce themselves as people from your bank. They will introduce themselves as your customer care from Social Bank, and that they are doing updates, and discover that your bank information needs some updates. Now, immediately they start asking questions like your date of birth, all those things. If you release them, I'm telling you, in few minutes after that call, you will start getting, alert messages. Okay. Then another type is a situation whereby somebody comes to your shop, picks some goods, then makes so-called payment, and you will get alert on your phone that somebody has made payment. Now, only for you to discover when you want to access the money, you suddenly discover that is a fake alert. Right? They use softwares to do that. Sure, those guys have so much advanced, such that at times you even open up because when they started, would advise people to please open your what do you call it, your bank app, and check if you actually received the alert, the money. Now these days, at times they've gone step ahead. At times you open and you see so-called money when you want to use the money. Right. So it comes in different ways, but these are common, ways that people are defrauded. Then also what they call investment schemes. They will tell you that if you deposit so amount of money, after like few months or few days, okay, they don't even go into months, 1 week you will get 100%, right? And greed will always drive people, to make such investments, only to discover that after some time, those guys are nowhere to be found, right? So these are actually common ways that people are scammed currently, how businesses are scammed. So people need also to be very careful. Then we also have what we call romance scam. It's very common. As a matter of fact, I get emails, they will start with introducing themselves, use one name that you may be familiar with. He's very rich, he lost she lost the husband, and she wants to give, wants to connect with you and see how he can share the wealth with you. Please, if you're interested, no. And if you get involved in such conversations, before you know what is happening, somebody will ask you to send money so that he would help you to do a transfer. We call it advance free fraud. They combine a lot of things, both advance free fraud, where you need to make advance payment in return for a very huge amount of money. For the romance scam, they will first of all connect with you as if they are interested in love, and you start talking before you know what is happening. He wants to visit. Please, can you help him? He can't withdraw money. Help him with just 10,000 so that he can visit. Those things. And people start releasing money, only for you to discover that after you have spent a lot of money, that you have been scammed. All right. So they come in diverse ways.
Right. Quite important that you took our time to, explain these levels. I'm just wondering, for someone who is a common man who just wants to get protected from all of these, issues, is there a way someone can protect themselves practically of this? Because it's almost seems as if it's impossible. Because if you're not online, you must be somewhere offline. These days, you don't have to be online in order for you to even be duped. And another question is, do you think that jazz, African magic, is involved in these types of, transactions? So much so that someone feels hypnotized to the point that, they don't know themselves until maybe when they pay out the money. Like, how does that happen, especially online?
All right. Personally, I do not think it has anything to do with jazz. It's a psychological issue. All right. Let me explain something. Let me use a data to explain something. In 2020, Nigerian interbank settlement system released a report that the Nigerian banks lost, like 3.5 billion to related scam and fraud. Remember, most of these scam people go through the bank. You have to make transactions, okay? So that's this. Now, let's move forward to 2024. Remember, I said this happened in 2020. That was a report, right? It's in the public domain. 3.5 billion naira was lost to related scam and fraud, all right? Now, in 2024, the amount went to around 42 point something billion, right? And now this was reported by financial FITC. FITC, that's a Financial Institute Training Center, reported that. Now, I want you to look at the percentage. From 2020 to 2024, you are looking at more than 1,000% increase. More than 1,000% increase. So the question is, why? Right. It's simple. Scam thrives in poverty. Scam thrives in economic crunch. Because people are desperate. Right? People, want to get out of their financial means. Now. They think, so it's a psychological issue. Let me tell you how it happens. Imagine getting a call and the person calls you by your name. I've gotten such calls. And when I get them, I don't even bother myself. I just listen to them. When they finish, I would like their credit to burn and they'll cut. And they'll start calling me all kinds of names. Now, somebody calls you by name and asks about the family and just tells you that, there is this, he knows your business because they will call your name, call your business name, ask you about your family. There's even one engineer, fake engineer, I will even ask about my wife, and they will now ask you, tell you that there is a contract, whether you are interested, and that he has a privileged information. If you're interested, let him know so that he can disclose some information, tell you, what to do. He will mention the materials that you need to supply. Just gentle and, seems safe. And if immediately you say you are interested, now it begins. You see, immediately you say, I'm interested, you have released part, it's a psychological thing. You have released part of your strength. Okay, you are vulnerable at that moment. So nobody is actually using any jazz on you. And before you know what is happening, he will ask for very little amount of money, 1,000, and you feel you will maybe ask for 10,000 for him to register your company so that federal government will know you are registered. Start with something simple and you have started spending. Right. So I do not believe it is a jazz thing. I don't believe it's juju. Some people believe it, but this is personal. I do not believe it. I think is people, thrive or try to work on your emotions, right? Your vulnerability, your greed. Most people who are scammed, I didn't say everybody, just greed, right? Or you feel that you do not have opportunities again. There is no hope. I can't really survive except they say if I bring 100,000 naira, I will get 200,000 in the next 1 week. And if a so-called friend of yours have shown you an alert that he did it and he got it, all right, and you want to get out of poverty, you want to pay your children's school fee, there is this, financial need that you have at that moment. And your emotions have taken over your intelligence. So your emotions are now maybe 80%, while your intelligence has come down to 20%, when actually your intelligence should be more than your emotions. And at that moment, you don't think properly. Anybody who wants to advise you, you see the person as an enemy who doesn't want you to get out of this financial mess right now. And those guys come with this form of urgency. Look, this thing will end in the next 24 hours. And you don't want to miss these 24 hours. You don't want to miss this opportunity. And now greed will drive you. And after you have lost the money, you tell us that they use jazz. You don't know what come over you. Nothing come over you. It's a psychological problem. All right. They were riding on your emotional, vulnerability. To me, this is actually what happens. And I don't know for other people, but I've had opportunities to talk to people, exchange, discuss with people, especially who were victims. And I discovered at the end, most times, not all of them. Remember, there are many factors, okay, that are responsible for this, but many a times is financial gain, especially the immediate financial gain, and it works because we see people, what somebody called wealth without enterprise. You want to make money without really having any business, just, it's quick money. And you are in for it.
Fantastic thought. So it's more about the person's greed. How these people succeed at the end of the day, it's largely about the person who is being deceived, isn't it? I mean, if I understand what exactly you're trying to say.
Yeah, yes, exactly. See, remember, these things are based on deception, all right? deception. Like, they come like angel of light. They want to take you away from poverty. All right. They want to increase that 100,000 to 200,000 within 24 hours. And who wouldn't want to become rich in 24 hours? All right. So the essence is to deceive. All right. But they come with like angels of light. But the purpose is simply to deceive, and collect the money and disappear.
Is it the same reasons why Ponzi scheme thrives in Nigeria? I mean, it almost seems as if it's a continuous thing. Like one Ponzi scheme is out today, tomorrow another one comes in, Nigerians hop on that one. In fact, this one is finishing, they're warning them about it, they've lost monies on one, the next minute another one is opening, they are jumping on it. Like you've mentioned poverty. Is it just about poverty and greed that drives people? Don't you think that there's something more about this schemes, that promise a high volume, because again, just like you mentioned, that you have to work. There's dignity in labor. You have to, exchange certain services in order for you to make monies. But if somebody is promising you 100% in 24 hours, sometimes in 1 month, I mean, you should start thinking critically about, these offers, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, let me say this. Ponzi schemes thrive in bad economies. I can tell you for sure. Ponzi schemes thrive in bad economies. So poverty is a factor number one. Then illiteracy, financial illiteracy is another factor. Another important factor, right? Now, these Ponzi schemes, they don't answer Ponzi schemes, remember. We call them Ponzi schemes because they really are. But they come with investment. And we have been telling people, invest. Remember, that's what we tell people. Invest, invest. And they think anything that will increase their money is investment. They don't know that these are not investment, that these are simple scams, frauds, Ponzi schemes. I have had the opportunity to, somebody comes to my DM in WhatsApp and asks me, okay, look at what I saw. And I would listen. When they finish, I will tell them, look, this is a Ponzi scheme. They will tell me, no, it's not a Ponzi scheme, they are sure. And I'll just be looking at it's very obvious to me, it's very obvious, 100% it's Ponzi scheme. I will end up telling them, in the next 1 year, I would like to ask you how far. And I know that 1 year is very far, but I will give them that privilege, give them time. And I can tell you, 100%, all of them will scam. All right. So, lack of financial education. We don't understand what investment is. Although the government, government agencies are trying to educate people, but that's why everything is. I keep saying that. Number one factor is economic problem. Ponzi schemes, scams thrive in poverty. It's just, look, it's just the truth. It's difficult. If a white man will succeed in scamming you, he's going to do it because he knows that you are living in a country where there is high level of poverty. And he's coming like a savior. He comes like a savior to help you get out of poverty. Now, let me turn it the other way around. If a black man or an African man will scam a white man, he will not come like a savior. They will go through, romance, scam, love. In those days, they come like My father is the owner of a gold mine, right? Now, it's different now. My father is the owner of a gold mine in Africa because all of them, the Africans, we have, natural resources. We have minerals. My father is an owner of an oil well. They will create fake documents from CBN, from banks, and forward to you. Forward it to the white people. And the white people will believe them because those things seems to be real. And he will tell them, look, you need to send some money so that I would begin processing the documents to get you the right to mine it. It's stuff like that. So, but now, you see that type of scam. It doesn't yield anything right now. So they go to romance because these people want love. Okay? That at times also they go through, contracts, government contracts. And I've gotten a lot of things. I even gotten one call from Abuja, and he claims to work in Aso Villa Hospital, and and that time I know that Aso Villa released a public tender for supply of equipment. And he told me, yeah, and I know about that. You know what I did immediately? I called a friend who works there. He doesn't know that. I called a friend. The friend said, federal government, yes, they release, but federal government is not doing any procurement right now. And that was the end of the discussion. Simple. I'm telling you, I have a lot of stories to tell about these people because I get a lot of them. Virtually like I say, there were months where I would get up to 3-4 calls. Many a time when those calls, I will even drop the phone on my table and allow the person to waste his data. When the person discovers what is happening, next thing you start cursing you. I'll start laughing, So it's very common. So, but the truth is that it thrives in poverty. These people that are doing this, they know that Nigerians are poor and they want to quickly, desperation, they want to get out of poverty. And they feel that the victims feel, look, this is an opportunity for me. Somebody will come to you and say, look, I have a business now. I have a contract I want to solve. Somebody has called you, actually. So it's not like somebody will call. I'm telling you what I have experienced. I have a contract. There's this oil company, there is a mineral they need, this and that. When he finished his story, I said, brother, that's a scam. He said, no, it's not a scam. That he's sure that this and that. I said, my brother, I'm telling you it's a scam. Don't get involved in losing money. Unfortunately, he didn't listen. And he saw me at that time as somebody who doesn't want to help him. And my friend, the story touches the heart, actually. He lost his money. I think he borrowed some money and lost money. He came back to square zero. Not even square zero, minus. Because square zero is at least, at flat level. You are, but when you are in minus, it means that you are owing. You've lost money, but you're still owing. So you're not just at square zero, you are in minus because you have to come up to zero level and begin to grow again. And this is what has been happening. And the truth is that these things affect real businesses. Because the next person thinks that, oh, they have come again. Even if you come with real business, they will think you are one of them.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So it's affecting real businesses, genuine people who are running business. Recently, I had a conversation with a colleague in a school. And we are discussing about how, scam is affecting our businesses. I told him, look, just be yourself, be honest, be sincere, continue what you're doing. Forget about those guys. They will be there. Right? If people believe you're a scammer, ask them, have I scammed you? They will say no. He's just suspecting. I said, go and find, go and do your due diligence. Go and ask. Go anywhere and ask. And I think if you're honest and you're sincere in business, right, you will be bold to tell people, give people your credentials like your name, your business name, your business, what they call it, CSC registration number, all those basic information, and tell them to go and do their due diligence. Ask questions. I won't go. And at times I take risks. I tell people, I say, go online, Google my name, Google my business, believe everything that you see there. Believe the bad, the good, and the ugly about me. And if you want us to do business, come back. I go to that extent to challenge people. Fortunately, nobody has come to me and say, oh, you have been scamming people. Unfortunately, again, most of them don't even do that. At times, Nigerians are very funny people, very good people, to be honest with you. Somebody said it's laziness. Many people actually don't have that time to do due diligence on anybody. But people who really do come back and tell you, okay, let's talk. So these things are affecting real businesses, affecting sincere people, genuine people, because everybody now is a suspect. All right. So, but genuine people should continue to do their business, be honest, be sincere, make sure you don't stain anything, don't stain your clothes. Do the right things, and people will do business with you. Everybody's name is scam.
Right. So how do you identify, businesses or transactions that are fraudulent or Ponzi scheme that are fraudulent? And how does one protect oneself from it? I mean, you mentioned clicking of links sent to you, clicking of something to get some benefits, as the case may be. For you, how do you identify a scheme that is fraudulent, or maybe something that looks like it's true, and somebody would even show you evidence, but how do you identify it? How do you test that particular, gesture to ascertain if it is true or a false, gesture? And then secondly, how do you protect yourself from all of these scams?
All right. Number one, let me say this. A Ponzi scheme is a scam. There is no good Ponzi. There is nothing like that. Yeah, there is nothing like that. The Ponzi scheme is a scam. All right. Now, I think what,
But how do you even know it's a Ponzi scheme? Because some people don't even know which one is which. I mean, these things spring up every day. You could see somebody just pop up from WhatsApp. I did this and I got this, and start bringing, documents showing that he had received his monies, as the case may be. So how do you identify those? Which one is it? Like, how do you test it and make sure that they're actually false?
All right. I will try to break this thing down in simple, layman's understanding. Number one, genuine businesses must have genuine products, real products, and real services, not assumed services. No, real products and services. So if somebody says, there is this business in town, allow him or her to finish and now ask him, what are the products and services that these people offer? If he cannot mention any tangible products, my friend, it is scam. Now, let's go to service, because service is relative, Service is relative. Product is simple to identify, and service is relative. So the question is, what service do you offer? And he begins to stammer, he begins to tell stories. My friend, it's a scam. It's a Ponzi. Now, let me also say this, because this is actually where all of them have gone to. Cryptocurrency.
Right.
Yeah, cryptocurrency. All of them have gone to cryptocurrency because, crypto, everybody. Some of them will show you picture of the president of America is supporting the Bitcoin. They will come with the real thing and end up with the wrong thing. They will come with Bitcoin, all right? And by the time they will tell you that Bitcoin started 11 or 12 years ago, and it was valued at nothing, and today it is 100 and this. Oh, if you do this, no problem. They will start with the right thing and end up with the wrong thing. So let me say something about, briefly about the cryptocurrency they talk about. If you want to do any cryptocurrency business, I advise you, go and learn how to trade. Don't give anybody or group of persons your money to trade for you and pay you. Immediately you hear that, my friend, is a scam. Deposit money and we'll do the trading for you and give you percentage. My brother, is a scam. So cryptocurrency is designed in such a way that you do it yourself. So if you do that and lose money, it simply means you've not learned how to trade. It's a skill. Trading cryptocurrency is a skill. Also, assuming you don't want to trade cryptocurrency, you can actually, do what we call investment. Let me give you an example. In Nigeria currently, Nigeria has licensed exchanges, okay, meaning that their government is controlling it, not controlling the crypto, but the organization. Government is aware. So find those exchanges that have been licensed by the SEC, Security and Exchange Commission, right?
All right.
Then, if you don't want to trade, buy Bitcoin and leave it there.
All right.
Just like the way you buy equity, the way you buy share. You can buy a company share today. In the next 6 months, the value comes down. In the next 10 years,
it goes up.
Rise up to 100, 300, it goes up. So, but that one is investment. So that one needs long-term mindset. Long-term mindset. This short-term, gratification, short-term thing. You want to deposit money, and tomorrow, my friend, it doesn't work with investment. But if you are trading, trading demands a lot of skill, patience. You have to learn, and because you are learning, we advise people start with $10, small money, $5. Trade, you can lose it. Yes, it simply means you are learning. Okay.
All right, Mazi.
But it's a skill. It's a skill that you have to learn how to do it.
Right. Mazi, we have to leave it there because of time. Well, thank you again for your insight. We truly appreciate your thoughts on this. I'm sure that is something that would be in our continuous discussions on our panel. So maybe sometime later we can invite you to talk more on this. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
All right, Mazi Obidigbo, giving us insight into the rising cases of business transactions that have fallen by the wayside, and I'm sure they must have picked a thing or two. If you missed out, you can join us on our YouTube channel. That particular broadcast will be up there in a couple of minutes. Thank you so much. We're back shortly after this. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT. With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
In fuel pump price, which is very high, it's affecting the spending habits of citizens. It's making it very hard. If fuel subsidy is to be really introduced, make spending habits of consumers to be less. And the unit price of commodities will reduce because the transportation cost will reduce, which will make life easy for us to live.
It's really an issue that has been lingering for a very long time now. NNPC filling station, and I feel that this is part of the reason why we're having the hike in prices of things. And something can be done. The NNPC can do something about this to make sure that fuel is readily available to every part of Nigeria.
Like now, I'm doing business, and I want to purchase something. I can't buy it normal price. The price will go higher, and at the end of the day, I cannot even get what to eat. I cannot see money to buy what I will eat with my baby. So it's really very hard for us to survive.
The issue is quite alarming and so disheartening because most of us have a lot of things to do. Like where you used to go to 200 is now 500. Where you used to, somebody that is an average worker, or maybe a sales girl that is being paid 30K. Imagine your transport fare every day. You might just, half of your money will be gone for just transportation. It doesn't only affect our transportation, it also affects our daily living. The thing used to, even biscuit, that one hurts me. I'm seriously saying it. Biscuit I used to buy 16 naira is now 120. And 150 on is now 300. Imagine students like us, how we are going to be surviving and how we are going to be managing ourselves. Some of us in school, they are the one catching for ourselves. So when you combine these two school activities and daily living, it's quite alarming.
To be honest, me, in school, I trek from the hostel to the gate because the transport fare was 17 naira, but now it is 150. So the increment is is so overwhelming that I prefer trekking. Like I rather trek than to spend 150 naira. It's a lot on transport, and the distance is actually so short compared to what it was before. So aside transportation, it has also affected the cost of feeding. Yes. Because if you want to if you want to buy pepper now, pepper that was let me say 15 naira, it's just for 200 naira. Now I don't know what it is now. So both feeding, accommodation, because your agent will also add transportation to go check the building. And all this, like, it's numerous. It's even the school fees has increased. Our school fees has increased.
Welcome back. This is still a morning show here on Signature TV. We're supposed to be talking about issues of menstrual hygiene and health in Nigeria. And Sarah Ogechi is on the phone. She's actually the sanitation and hygiene promotion expert. But I don't know if our time will permit us, but let's see how far we can go. Sarah, thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, listeners.
We've been trying to connect with you quite. But are there efforts to cover these lapses by the government or even society organizations or NGOs, as the case may be?
Yeah, there's a lot of effort being made by NGOs, especially, and then the government in the area of education, the girl child, even teaching them on how to produce and use reusable pads, because the cost of the sanitary towels is quite high, and it's not every woman and every girl that can afford it. So we have, people being taught on how to produce reusable pads.
There's something called period poverty, like I'm told. What is that, and how does that in any way impact on the mental health of girls, adolescents across board?
Yeah, every woman has passed through that stage. Almost every woman has passed through that stage. Because, at the start of your menses, you may not even know that, especially if the girl was not educated before she sees her first menstruation. And so, seeing first menstruation, sometimes she feels like you're wounded, she feels like something terrible has happened to her. So it's something that, that happens to every girl who is seeing her menses for the first time. And of course, depending on the kind of education, some of our parents have told us that most girls do not even have the first information on menstruation and how they have to take care of themselves when the menstruation starts.
So how does it affect them mentally and physically?
It does. It has a lot of negative impact on the girl child, especially if the girl is in school, especially if she has entered secondary school and then she's in a mixed school. Only in a girls, in an all-girls school, you can stand up from maybe ask a question, or you stand up to that eat yourself, or you are going out for break, and then you see that your back all stained, and then there is this kind of laughter and trying to make fun of you and all that. That kind of making fun on the girl side. Some who are so shy that cannot even just run away from school and may not even come back maybe a week or so after. So it has a lot of negative impact.
Are there any local innovations that's been created, or maybe that's on the way to be created, that could help this incidence of menstrual poverty or period poverty, like they say?
Oh, yes. A lot of NGOs, UNICEF, South Africa, they have been doing a lot of education and sensitization on the girl side. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, there's something we call reusable pad, which you could produce from available materials in the environment. Maybe old towels, napkins, fold them, throw them into how you can easily pack it when you're seeing your menses. And after use, it is washed, dried under the sun, and then iron where you have iron, and then you now pack it and also keep the next with you. By so doing, you are kind of saving cost, and also it is more hygienic than some of these products that are sold in the market.
Fantastic. Anyways, we just have to leave it there because of time. I'm sure that in due course we're going to invite you further to discuss extensively on this particular topic, which is quite important. Sarah Ogechi, many thanks for your time. Thank you for your insight.
Okay, so the name is Sarah Ogechi Ode.
Okay.
Okay, Sarah Ogechi Ode.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you.
All right, viewers, many thanks for being part of the morning. We are connecting to Abuja studios where my colleagues are waiting for the continuation of the morning show. I'm Charles Pius. Have yourselves a good day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
When you think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region or the southeast or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Obara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region you have the Efiks, you have the Bibios, you have the Ikweres and all the other tribes. Well, the Ikweres are Igbos actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndibo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I am advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down, instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be sort of enjoying their retirement.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, good morning, and let me welcome you to a very wet morning in the federal capital, Abuja, this Tuesday. I do not know how the weather is in ENUGU, but my colleagues there were putting up a very sprightly presentation, which I enjoyed every second of it. So let us try and make it as sprightly as ENUGU had begun this morning. My name is Mwabuoze Njoko, and welcome to the show this morning. And today, as I promised you, on Thursday, Friday, and on Monday, we'll be putting the cap on our conversation on 2 years of the Tinubu administration. As we said yesterday, we are going to be looking at 2 years of the Tinubu administration from the prism of Wike, the FCT. Residents of FCT, if you are to gauge the performance of the president, what would you say? How would you assess him, his performance? The area councils, education, law enforcement, physical development, how will you assess the president, his 2 years? We're seeing through the prism of Wike because Wike is the superintendent minister over the FCT. So how well the president has performed should be reflected by how well Wike has performed. And this morning, I have asked my guest, Honorable Danladi Ezekiel Dalhatu, Honorable Dalhatu Ezekiel Musa. Honorable Dalhatu used to be the Commissioner, Public Complaints Commission, FCT. Ezekiel, you're welcome to the conversation.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
How did you find this rain this morning?
Yeah, in the local palace, they say it's blessing. So even if it destroy houses and bring down trees, we still believe it's a blessing. So it's indeed a blessing to all of us.
Thank you very much, and you're welcome. You heard my introduction.
Yeah.
There's no way really you can access the president or any administration effectively if you don't consider performance in different sectors. And you cannot assess performance in different sectors without assessing the performance of the ministers who represent the president. On a general note, if you want to assess Tinubu, his 2 years, using Abuja FCT as a yardstick, what will you score the president?
Okay, I'm glad to be here using the Signature TV platform and to interrogate some issues as it concerns the performance of the president, because generally no person is elected into the position of presidency to just be there as a ceremonial person. But the essence is actually to deliver on the mandate, and especially on the campaign promises that they relate to the general public. Unlike other clients that they are always judged and put in the lens on the basis of what they actually say they will do and what they call campaign promises. It's not actually to do same with what we are doing here. Generally, Tinubu's government, when you put FCT as a prison, has actually made some remarkable impact. I'm not here to speak like a spokesperson of either Tinubu or the political party, but to speak as an individual who has a stake in this place called FCT. So visibly, you could see some improvement in infrastructure. You could see some improvement in terms of security and welfare of people, in as much as it's not uhuru to say, hey, why everything is okay. But when you talk of improvement on it, we can see some visible improvements in terms of what's happening in the FCT.
Okay, thank you very much. There has been general improvement, some visible improvement in terms of infrastructure. Let me start from the finances of the FCT. Before now, did you feel that FCT had enough resources to undertake the kind of fiscal development we are seeing today? Did you think that FCT had enough resources?
Yes, to some extent, I can say the FCT had enormous resources even before now. If you remember the immediate past minister, there was a time we read on the news where he have to return some fund back to the federal location. So how do you return money if you don't have in excess? And so a lot of us actually challenged that, and we're like, hey, what's happening here? With the deficit of infrastructural development in the FCT then, and everywhere the rural communities were not actually seeing the impact, and a whole lot to be done. And then we just all of a sudden we hear that the minister is returning money. So that goes to tell you there was enough money to work
to do
with,
what ought to be done.
Maybe the person decided not to maybe toe the line of what Wike is doing, because I like he should be asking for more money, not returning. So if you ask me if there were funds for development and then building infrastructure, I would say yes. But maybe the person saddled with the responsibility didn't deem it fit to utilize the resources. And again, aside the federal allocation even, FCT have all it takes to generate money and use SIN for infrastructural development. So the question of if there was money, the answer is of fund and all of that. The funds were readily available.
Ezekiel, let me tell you why I asked you that question. If a minister wants returned money, it means that either the capacity to think and identify what needed to be done was not quite available, or he wasn't quite prepared for the job, or in fact, that Wike is realizing areas of making resources available to the state and applying those resources to be able to achieve what is achieved. And don't forget, I'm not just looking at Wike as Wike, I'm looking at him as a Tinubu agent in the last 2 years. In other words, the government has been able to make the resources available, and the resources have been harnessed effectively and put into proper use. Would that assessment be right?
Yeah, on one hand, it may be right, and the other hand, it's I may not just accept it to be right. Reasons being that until we check the books to understand how these funds have been applied, sometimes, like I was watching one of the sister television where a street light is awarded for 266 million per one. And that's really,
is it awarded or to be awarded?
To be awarded. So whichever it is, it's there in budget. So you sometimes we may be clapping for for people who are really draining the system by taking away the funds that are meant for. So, but physically, what we can see is that we are seeing that Wike is applying the resources he's getting, either from the federation account or the internally generated revenue.
And we're seeing
what he's doing with it. So if it's proportionate to whatever it is, it's left for the auditors and people who check.
Not you and I.
But what concerns us is he really doing something with it? The answer is yes. We've seen it. Is he doing much and he need to do more? The answer is yes. He really need to do more, because there are still areas lying fallow that really needs.
In fact, that's what I'm heading to now.
Yeah.
One of the complaints most critics of federal government, not just this administration, including this administration, is that there are many areas of Nigeria without the presence of government, what they call the ungoverned areas of Nigeria, and that those ungoverned areas are in fact Nigeria's weak points. That is where insurgency has taken over. That is where our Available land cannot be put to proper use. That is where our people don't feel that they are Nigerians. A measure of alienation. Again, let us take Wike and the rural communities. Look at FCT. Are they, that word advisedly, are there ungoverned areas of FCT that should be touched in order to give higher marks to Tinubu?
In all honesty and in fairness to him, we're talking about barely 2 years in office. Whether he has done much on the rural communities, development and all of that is another different kettle of fish. But you could see in him, I'm talking on practicability, what is practical, what we can see, recently awarding roads to some rural communities across the 6 area council. He openly said he has asked the area council chairman to nominate at least one route that will be built by his administration to the rural communities. And I think he make it so emphatic that he's not talking about roads of township, but roads to rural communities. So coming out to say that, he gave some semblance of he's actually ready to also take the development back to the rural community, because there were a lot of criticism on how he's scraping the existing roads in the municipality, in the Itama, Asokoro, and all of that, scraping the existing
trying
roads
to give more to those who already have.
More of, beautifying it. And people were like, what's this? We have a lot of places that you can't even drive by motorcycle to some of the communities in the FCT. So why concentrating? But you also look at it to the other angle to see that the city of government also don't need to look so dilapidated and looking, off to the view of our visitors and even us that are living in town. So we'll ask him to do more the rural community now that he has settled the municipality to some extent, because you still have some estates that you can't even drive comfortably to those places. And then you have a whole lot of communities, as I speak to you, that you can't even drive with motorcycle to such community. Are you talking about Almamagi? Almamagi is in Abaji. Yeah. Or are you talking about Gau? Or you are talking about Darka? Or are you talking about Mae, Ogumae? Or are you talking about the Shere? And I see that recently Shere Galwi Road is being rehabilitated also. But you still have places like Kau, and then you still have places in the hinterland such as Yebu Road, just like I said, the rural community. But you still have Nyite, you still have Gau, and then you still have some places like the Kabimongoro, of our time, and then a whole lot of places that really need attention. So we know Rome is not built in a day. No. And just like I said, in fairness to him, he's just 2 years in office. So, but his posture of willingness to touch out to the rural communities is what gives us the confidence, and we are reposing such confidence in him that, he will actually deliver on that aspect. But actually, and then on a very serious note, the rural communities need serious attention of government. There are communities you will go to in FCT and you will never believe you are in FCT. Complete absence of government presence. No potable water, no road, no school, no security presence. There are communities you can traverse 10, 12, 15 communities without seeing any presence of security personnel. And just like you say, these are how the criminals take advantage of such porous areas, the ungoverned area, they call it soft targets, to go and a lot of kidnapping and banditry activities in FCT are mainly in such of, so it's a whole lot to be done, because once it happens in one rural community, one village very far from town, and then it's all over the news. The news will not carry there is a village in Niger State.
No.
It will still be that
It's
FCT is in turmoil. FCT is unsafe. So there is a reason for us to really see how we can close the gaps.
Well, we're talking about the ungoverned areas. Let us, gradually, sector by sector, because that is also, as we're taking out the marks, we're taking them good or bad for Tinubu. This is not an assessment of Wike, really. It is, has Wike done enough? So there's a question I'm going to ask you toward the end of this program, where you stand when 2027 approaches, but not now. Can we take on, you've touched insecurity a little bit. Compare what was and what is. How well has Wike done when it comes to security of the FCT?
In terms of security, I will also give him some accolades, going by what he has actually done. You wouldn't wake up in the morning and you hear news of either kidnapping, killings, banditry activity. Either is it in Buhari, where every day it was reported that these people are kidnapping and then killing, at some point killing people very close to Duse, that estates, or you talk about Kuturu, or you talk about even the, what was it called, that Zuma side and all of that. It has, or the Kau area, where every day on daily basis people are being kidnapped, and sometimes they follow them on their farms, pick them and maim and kill. Is it Gwagwalada, around Dobi, Ibwa side, down the Kunkun, there's a kinder side, where people will always tell you, we have seen these people, they will come to the farm, pick people and all of that. Is it Abaji? There is one village called Rafin Zulfi, around Gurudi side. Every time you hear about kidnapping, killing. In fact, there was a time, almost like 30 or so number of persons who were on the farm doing this community kind of farming, that they were being kidnapped, and I think 2 or so killed. And even the Abaji town himself, some of these quarters, the government quarters, you hear they have come to. And back to town, there are estates that we had in Kubwa and all of that. So it was like a wildfire. It was becoming too...
As if FCT was under siege.
Was under siege. And with the coming of Wike, because part of what contributed to all of that time was poor funding to the security agents. There are times you interrogate them and you hear they don't even have utility vehicle
to respond to any emergency,
to move around and all of that. But I saw on the news, and practically because I was not at the event, but I have seen more than twice where Wike have distributed utility vehicles to the security operatives in numbers, not 20, not 30, not 50, and he has done it like twice or so. I've also seen him coming up with a model police division, creating new divisions that were not in existence across the 6 area council. And he said that is phase 1, that he was going to do another piece, and he will keep doing it. And sometime during his media chat, he will openly say the funding is not an issue for the... There was a time he was asking for permission to spend some certain amount of money for the security, so he can tame and these criminals and ensure they are taken out from the FCT. So I also saw recently where he distributed vehicle and motorcycle to even vigilantes, because anytime we had opportunity, we used to advise them and give our own lend our voices on how this should work. Because if you leave it to the conventional security alone, you won't get the result. There is a problem of manpower. Correct. Any day, anytime you raise the issue, aside the hardware, the equipment, there is also a problem of manpower. There are places I have recommended, even while in office, to have an outpost and all of that, so we can have coverage of security presence. And they will always tell you that it's not about creating the outpost or the division. It's about manpower, the personnel. So if we are aware of this, and the criminals are not falling from heaven, but they are within
and
us.
And
they know. So they will always take advantage of it. So, but there is no community, as we speak in the FCT, that you won't have the communities coming together organize themselves to form one vigilante group or the other. So if you go by that, it then means you will have everywhere. You will have breached the gap. So we keep encouraging them to see how they can train and monitor these vigilantes with their activities, train and retrain them, monitor. So it then means if you have 15 communities that has no presence of the conventional police, either what, but you have the vigilante all over there. It then means if you have only 5 police, you are okay to cover that area, and their duty will mainly be monitoring, supervising what they are doing. So with that, you had also breached the gap of. So I am happy he took in that, and I saw him giving some hardwares, and then recently I've overheard, I can't confirm this, that he's going to approve some stipend, for the vigilante that after profiling them, to be sure of who they are, to be giving them some kind of stipend that will enable them encouragement. So I think with all this, I can tell you for free that crime, if not completely taken away, will be reduced to a barest minimum. And again, we have also seen new vehicles of the police, unlike before, where you will see the police vehicle is usually, in fact, some people say it's professionally down or officially down, it won't work. But we can see some new vehicles in town and giving some sign of there is going to be lights at the end of the tunnel. So we only encourage him to do more. This is not to say everything is well. We still have some challenges. As we speak, just last week, there is a village in Kuje Area Council, Amak, I'm trying to remember the name now, where 11 people were murdered, the cold blood, at night. This Asalan just came, attacked the village, killed about 11. Others who are injured were left in one hospital in Gadabuke. Gadabuke is in Nasarawa State. So those villages are actually bordered with Nasarawa State. And in Gudinkeria, which is another border between Nasarawa State and FCT, 2 people were kidnapped, And in Hunigbari, close to a village called Narka, 3 people were kidnapped and 2 were killed. This little, and in Boalitu recently, the Kuduru, is it Kuduru now? Yes, village head was kidnapped with his children. The children were raised, but himself was killed. So we still have the pockets of little challenges in terms of security, but seeing the posture and body language of Wike, I am very, very impressed and having the confidence that it won't be business as usual. Gauging his performance just within 2 years, I'm believing that with more time, he will improve in what he is doing. So we encourage him to keep doing what he's doing.
Why before you took up this issue, you were looking at infrastructure and all that. But as you were not talking about these ungoverned areas where these criminals are taking advantage of, something else occurred to me. I said, after all, the FCT has a master plan. And Wike has been strident in saying those distorting the master plan are creating development challenges for the FCT. There are structures, there are infrastructure designed in a particular way. And now he's trying to follow it. And people are a little bit reluctant, sometimes up in arms, sometimes very loud in their complaints that the man is either destroying buildings or he's stopping development, whatever it is. Which is better? Sticking to the master plan and be sure that FCT develops in an orderly manner, or driving development with sentiment?
There's a two sides of the coin to this, if you ask me, because leadership is said to be by example. When you talk about strict adherence to master plan, there are issues with it. Because as we speak, I have had conversations with evidence where scholars or people with authority in terms of development, urban development, architect and all of that, to say even the government itself is distorting its own master plan.
So you do not want to be straightforward with it. Let me tell you, do not be euphemistic. Don't try to put it this way. There is a debate in the media whether Aso Rock should not be demolished.
So, and many other places. So when you talk of strict adherence to the master plan, sometimes what people think is, if you don't like my face, you tolerate, you apply master plan on me, and you take me out. But if I'm your good books, and you seems to have some soft spots for me, you play around,
you fall into the master
there
plan.
are green areas that have been taken and designed for residential areas. We all know it. There are commercial areas that have been converted to residential areas, and all of that. And the poor person on the streets does not have such powers to convert anything to anything. So it's still the players in government. This has been on even for a while. And again, I will tell you for free that adherence to master plan, the master plan should not be seen as something that is static. It should be flexible. Because what is good for the goose should be good for the gander. And again, we will not, people like us will not encourage the distortion of the master plan. But I told you it's a two sides of the coin, and leadership is usually by example. So if it's a known fact that there are government agents or powerful individuals in government that have distorted the master plan visibly, how then do you think you will come with the gospel of adhering to master plan on some other persons? And the constitution is clear about rights and privileges of citizens. The other person should not be treated with disdain and any differently. So, but what we need to do, in my opinion, is to have a honest conversation among the stakeholders. Honest conversation among the stakeholders. And also people who are an authority in the issue of the master plan. So we can sit down and look at the realities on ground. What I mean by that, if the master plan was supposed to be this, and we found out that A, B, C has, in a way of crunching and all of that, let's sit and look at the reality and see how to play around it and still have the master plan the way it is. I'm sure it's not every portion of the master plan that has been obstructed. No. Planning is done with the people. I watched one documentary of one old man in China where they had the road construction, a major one for that matter. And when he was approached for resettlement compensation and all of that, the man said no, he was not going to accept. And as a right of a citizen, they still constructed the road, but found a way around it without destroying
his little hut.
Because planning generally
globally is done with the people. Yeah. You don't plan anything for goats, animals,
No, you don't.
or you plan it with the people and for the people. Again, if you already have master plan in place 20, 30 years ago, gets me clear, because I told you it's two sides of the coin. Yes. If you already have master plan for the FCT 20, 30, 40 years ago, and you have what you call development control, the FCT, office well established, well
for public
and every public resources, and you have that department where on your master plan school will be here, this will be here, well spread out 30, 20 years. You will go to places and see that some of these structures just sprang up not up to 3, 4 years back. You did not control it. You did not sanction them. You did not stop it. But you waited until the full structure is in place, people are occupied, in use. In fact, they have the government facilities, paying utility bill, like the ASDC, now that is private anyway. But then, you know, in some places you will see schools, water, schools, well, government, public schools. And then the same you will come overnight and say, this is against master plan, and then you just give notice after 2 days, you bring tractor, and then demolish. It's arcade to me, because you are wasting human resources, you are wasting the economic of this country, and you are recruiting criminals. Because when you render people homeless, maybe that is the only hope they have. A lot of people who have their life savings put into that structure. You come back the next day, and then without recourse to, how will they even survive? How will they survive? And these are your own citizens, not foreigners, mark my word. Sometimes it's even more pathetic when it happens to the indigenous people of the FCT. People whose community have been existing hundreds of years before anybody think of creating FCT. You just come overnight, dislodge them. In the to be human is even more older than anything. Government need to be human, and government need to even live to its own responsibility. It's not a military posture that we must do to show we are working. No. If development control or any agents of this government is lacking in terms of funding and all that, they should cry out. Because by now, whatever it is that is not supposed to be there, you nip it on the board before it happens. So they are supposed to be routine check. They go around every day. You know, they have what they call, in fact, they even have what they call district officers and area officers. In their wisdom, they have earmarked every area for these development control officers to be monitoring and seeing any development that is coming. So what happened? An area officer will watch an illegal structure. Because I tell you for free, some of these villages that low earners of this country go to find accommodation. There is none of them that can build their structure within 1 year, finish it and enter. No. I can tell you for free, because the funds are not there. The man will do his foundation, leave it after some months, come back, little resources he has, start block work, get to lintel level, and then get to roofing. Before this takes them, there are people that build for more than 5 years. Yes. So where were the development control people who seems to say you are distorting master plan? Where were they? Were they on leave? I have never had them going on strike. So, but this will happen unabated, and this man will continue investing his money until when everything is done. He has dug borehole, he's managing his life there with his children, then overnight they'll come and say demolish it because of. So I don't think we should wait for such scenario, for such kind of thing To me, it's not how it should be.
Okay, do not forget that we're looking at 2 years on, Tinubu's performance, but using the prism of Wike and the FCT. My guest, Honorable Dalhatu Ezekiel Musa, former Commissioner, Public Complaints Commission, FCT. We're going to take a very short break, and we'll return presently. Please stay with us. Well, I just told you when we began this program that we are going to be putting a cap on our assessment of the performance of the Tinubu administration in the past 2 years, and that we are going to put that cap using our assessment of the performance in the FCT. Thus far, my guest seems to be taking good, but a little more, please. You need to do a little more here. Honorable Dalhatu Ezekiel Musa, we are still talking about putting a cap on our conversation today. Promises made by the Tinubu government, first during politics, now in government. They will improve education, fund it effectively. They have released money to the council to take care of primary education. Wike is in charge of the FCT on behalf of Tinubu. How well has he treated education in the FCT? And therefore, how well has Tinubu treated education in the FCT?
I think to take on this, just like a rider
I need to get back this.
This thing was Supreme Court passed judgment since October last 2024 until now. It has not been implemented.
No. Please, Dalhatu, don't say that. Because the Supreme Court added the Latin expression status quo ante. And the interpretation of status quo ante is leave things as they have been. Why are you here canvassing, trying to put the local government into trouble?
The problem is this. When we say one thing and we are seeing doing the other one, it marvels me and it gives me some kind of fear about governance in this country. In terms of education in the FCT,
yes,
it will not interest you to say, but
it could make me sad.
It will make you sad to know that the primary school children have been home for the past 2 months or so in the FCT, which is not supposed to be. And it's been ball passing. On the other hand, the area council chairman will say, we don't have these funds. We inherited some of these areas, some from 17, some 20 or 9, all of that. And we only came on board 2022, yes, or thereabout, and all of that. And so these areas is not owned by us, and we don't have the funds, to pay. I've heard the Honorable Minister saying he has given them money to go and pay.
He said so.
And the area council chairman will come and say, no, we have not received monies specifically for the payment of teachers' minimum wage and all of that. You should know that it's not just the primary school teachers that are on strike. Even the area council staffs across the 6 area council, none of them is in office All the area councils are locked. The Nolge are also on strike, demanding for minimum wage implementation. So when we are looking at Wike's performance on the lens of what he's doing in the FCT, you will tend to say the civil servants may not be singing his praises the way it's supposed to be, because all they know is when their entitlements are given to them, not just the road construction and all of that. And so he needs to do something about it. Just like I say, it's been ball passing. Because the minister that I know, if he has made monies available to this area council chairman with specific heading for this purpose, and the monies are released, he won't sit and look at them doing what they are doing.
My worry, Honorable Danladi, is that now that local governments in Abuja, 11 local councils, are financially autonomous, and if the minister has released their money to them, it's not the duty of the minister to tell them, apply the money for buying a cup, applying the money to fix a bucket. They have their money, they have their responsibilities, they have their challenges, and they are competent enough to run that level of government in our country. So they should also know how to determine their priorities.
No, that's the point I'm making. They tell you the money available to them is for A, B, C, D. Do you get? And added money for them to be able to carry this A, B, C, D, it's not there. The other time they came out and said, I watched them at the interactive session with the committee on FCT at the National Assembly, where they said there are some funds that normally comes to the area council for doing a specific job with it. And it's not as if such funds comes every month. Sometimes it's after 6 months, sometimes it's after 1 year, sometimes after 3 months or thereabout. That there was a fund, what did they call it? I've forgotten the name now. Is it signature, what? There was a fund released to them from the office of the Accountant General of the Federation for a specific thing to do with it. And if they carry that fund and apply to pay minimum wage, and the fund is not starting to come the next month, so you have started paying the minimum wage and you will not have the ability to continue. You get
my producer says I should please tell Danladi to score. So in terms of the FCT, management of education, what are you going to score?
It's difficult for me to score good if the children are still at home. My conscience will judge me. Because if they are well taken care of, and education sector is well settled, we won't have our children. I'm not interested in whether you have the structure everywhere. And besides, it's not even everywhere, but I don't blame it on Wike because we are talking about 2 years. I saw a report where he said he has renovated over 60 schools, and then built some. But we still have schools in the FCT. I can give you pictures. I can take you to sites where students still undertake learning on the floor without chairs.
No, that may not be in our FCT.
But here in FCT,
Honorable Danladi,
and then you have
I live in an FCT.
Yeah,
I mean,
so maybe you live in Asokoro. We say, I can take you to villages where you will find it difficult to even ride a bicycle, a motorcycle, and then you will go and see where not even that. Not up to 5-6 kilometers from the city center, you will find schools like that. I saw it on the reports, and some of them I have visited.
Okay, so you have said to me this morning that honestly, this is still work in progress.
No. For education,
you have said
for education, especially primary education in the FCT,
he needs to buckle up.
He really needs to do more. If the area councils are they are dancing around it and doing whatever. Wicked, I know, with bold steps about education should not be something exceptional.
Thank you very much. I'm told we are overshooting. we are overshooting. A little bit under an hour, I've been conversing with Honorable Dalhatu Ezekiel Musa. Honorable Dalhatu is the former Commissioner, Public Complaints Commission, FCT. This morning, all we did was how well has Tinubu performed in the past 2 years using Wike as a yardstick? Well, infrastructure had to a very big good, he said. Raising resources and applying resources, very big good. Taking development to the area councils, yes, he says he's doing well. His body language also shows his commitment to do more. But says, in this case, I want to play the Oliver twist. Please add a little more. Education, he says he'll be conscience-stricken if he takes a good. In other words, here the president has scored F9. I didn't say so. And he says what he can show me if I doubted him. So, Mr. President, thank you very much. Through Minister Wike, we've done very well in Abuja, creating infrastructure. You've tackled insecurity. You have also shown that you can raise and manage resources. You can also show that you are taking development to the area councils. But please wait. He says, you need to do more. How to do more so that you don't leave too wide ungoverned areas where criminals can convert. So that says, he also says, he has no, that in fact, he will burst his heart if he gave you a good mark in education. And Mr. President, insists that education you give to the children is the highest dividend of democracy. They look at it closely. What else can we do, Dahatu? Thank you very much for coming to the program.
Thank you.
This conversation stops, and my name never changes. A cool, cool day in Abuja. My boys in Joko, please enjoy the rest of the day, and let's meet again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello and thanks for joining us. I am Obiora Ilo. Today in our program, we are featuring someone who is with you like all the time. He comes into your living room and most times you're excited about it. My pleasure to welcome one of Nigeria's film superstars, Emeka Enyocha. Emeka, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
We want to start the story where the whole story began. At what point in your life did this romance with the film industry, at what time did it start?
It's no holds barred, isn't it? It started out of frustration. Because when I was younger, I love television, people, because it's all about your intellectual ability. But, you know, when you're, unfortunately, thank God we have bypassed that now. God has actually lifted us out of that quagmire, out of that shackle. You know, when you are from a poor home, a lot of things will actually come against you. It is only by the special grace of God that you will surmount them, which God has actually done. Because I used to tell people that as I live, God has done everything that He has to do for me. I'm just living by His grace every other day. Because where I'm coming from, you won't understand. It's like, you know, people will say silver spoon and all that. This one, there was no spoon. You know, it's funny now though, because we have actually overcome that. You know, when you're drinking akamo, you know, most people call it pap and ogi, you know, they force it down your mouth. You know, there was no spoon to, you know, that's how I actually put it most times. So it happened, you know, that it was only the industry that was the only thing that could actually put immediate cash in my pocket to do what I want to do. You know, well, my auntie tried, she's late now, God bless her soul. She tried, put me in good school, GTC Port Harcourt. From there, you know, went to Bori. From there, came to Lagos. When I came to Lagos, wow, my coming to Lagos was to actually, you know, sojourn, you know, outside Nigeria. You know how it is now, looking for a visa, doing that, doing this. At a point, I got fed up. I told myself, what is your problem? That was when the idea of movies came and I was modeling, because then there wasn't anything I was doing then, you know. I had, you know, gotten my common entrance, my city and gates of London then, you know. So went to school now, went for extramural lessons, got my GC and all that. Took exams into the university. I got like I got admission 3 times. I couldn't pay for it. You know how it is. So, oh God, it's funny now, you know. But I told myself, these things that nature almost denied me, I will reverse it by the same nature, you know. Then my uncles then wanted to, maybe they promised going abroad, this, that. All of a sudden I got tired. My friend, one of my cousins like that, an NTA, introduced me to Mr. Tunji. I think Mr. Tunji, he was in NTA then. I've forgotten his my surname, Mr. Tunji. Then in a program called the Memorial Hospital, directed then by Mr. Last Iguafon. Then our payment was in check. If you don't have current account, you cannot. Not be when you get money, you go bank. You know, you must have current account. I could remember, I think I still have some of those checks that I could not withdraw. I think they give you that, I think they 25 naira, they give you bank draft.
Like artist fee.
You know, artist fee, 25 naira. I think the highest I got was it 30 naira or so, you know. And the problem now was the performance, the acting. Yes, I got the build, I got what it takes, the voice and all that, but now the ability to use it was a problem. I could remember those days, the first time we were two. I think one of us, out of the frustration of the industry, deviated, and then he's a big boy now with so much money. But well, we thank God. So I entered set up Memorial Hospital. I was supposed to be the personal assistant to the director of the hospital. And in that hospital, you know what personal assistants, what they do. Mm-hmm. So there was a nurse that I was checking and all that, So something happened, okay? The stage was set. Action. If I remember my line, I will forget the act. If I remember the act, I forget my line. Everyone was so pissed. We took like 15 to 20 takes. Mr. Lastegua just went. You can't do this thing. Then Mr. Lancelot Imasra, my good friend, was also part of the production assistants on that set. He now called me, and because the girl was fuming. What is this? Then
where did they bring him from?
I said, I think with Mr. Last, I can't remember if it was Lancelot alone or with Mr. Last. I said, the word that made the magic was enjoy yourself. Just go there, enjoy yourself. Everybody was so shocked. Immediately I entered, I took the lines, did everything, the romance. Now you go no say romance. Yeah? Romance, nobody's wanting for you. So that actually started it. That started it. I continued going for auditions, home video, doing one or two crowd scenes and all that. Well, the actual thing was then, when you just pay you little money, you just save small, send some home, that time, how much did they pay you? 5,000, 10,000, when you go and do rehearsals for like 2 weeks, Most times when I started getting better, so they were using me now as a tool, for rehearsing people. No, I'm not going to play that role. They just used me to stand by for the stars.
Okay.
That were not around then. Mm-hmm. So they didn't know they were training me.
So you were like a stand-in.
Yeah, yes. I read, audition there. You come read openly. It's not what obtains now. So, we started the sojourn and all that. Started like that till 2000 and is it 2002, 2003. I got the big hit. That was like 10 years after. As I was going there, I got admission to LASU. It was the same Nollywood that was able to, by then, I done the muscle. My feet don't they reach 50, don't they reach, like that. As I said, smile why I be, and they save too, that was how I paid through school in LASU, theater arts, because I just wanted to do something, because I love this business. I can't think it. I can do any other thing, but I can't die for the business, because the business actually gave me all the knowledge that I have today, what I have acquired, the stage that I have been, everywhere. So with that annoyance of not getting visa, I told myself, the first visa I'm going to get, I will not use it. It was like, so I think they were going for, is it Setengi in South Africa or so, one of the film festivals. We all submitted our passport. Look at me having a South African visa without going for an interview. And also myself, I will not go. Everyone was saying, what are you paid for it? I said, I will not go. People don't know what I was like a rebel amongst myself. I was, you know. So what happened was that I didn't go for that trip. You know, now the visa issue is cancelled now. That, I mean, when you are, you go, they give you a visa and you go where you want to go. But the thing is that when I got that role, it's called End of the River. That
was a film.
That was a film. That was after 10 years. I just told myself, if you cannot make anything out of this, then the industry is not for you. The movie was Amako's film. I think I played alongside Julius Agu. That was when Julius's Okombo, his first musical hit came. So they now used the opportunity to. So we played that reason that I took my name off now, Eze Bunafo one. You know, I did the movie. Funny enough, on that set, we had recorded for 2 days or 3 days. I don't know, there was no picture or there was no audio. So we have been in camp. So they were now contemplating how they would come and break the news after shooting 2 days, 3 days. No. So I said, when they came, I said, well, what will we do now? Let us wait for his camera, because he had rented his camera out. So they were supposed to finish, the people were supposed to finish like 2-3 days time. It was like, let's wait, why not? That was how that movie came out, and the rest is history.
Okay, I want to take you back. You know, you've talked about this humble beginning. You've talked about the sufferings you went through as a young man. Tell us about growing up. Where were you born? What was it like? I mean, growing up under the wings of your parents. What were you looking forward to as a young person at that time?
Well, my growing up was modeled by my auntie, because she, God bless her soul, she was a lover of education because she didn't go. Unfortunately, she didn't have any issue. We were her children from my father's, she's my father's elder sister. So she now took us from my father as her children. You know, I knew her as mother until she died. She was there, took us to Port Harcourt because she got married in Port Harcourt, her husband died and all that, she couldn't have kids, and she decided not to remarry and face her family wahala, which the family were the wahala that she had. So took us to Port Harcourt. She sells in her Agri Road market, fish and all that. We'll go hawk fish. She put me in one of the best schools, GTC Port Harcourt, Government Technical College Port Harcourt. You know, I was in boarding house, so that was where I learned everything. The holidays, I will come, do some sales, you know, and all that. It was. Then when I left Port Harcourt, my parents didn't have any choice there. I mean, when you know, he who pays the piper dictates the tune, you know. But I never forgot the fact that the values were there. My father, he's late now, his soul rest in perfect peace. always told me then that do not ever do anything that the police will come after you. Anything that you are doing, make sure that the police does not come after you. And that meant, it didn't mean anything then, but later on it meant a lot of sense to me. That's why people will only tell you, Emeka, I don't know what that guy, I don't know what is wrong with himself. It's always, but you cannot find anybody that would tell you that I defrauded him. It's not possible. I am sorry, my trumpet, I have to blow it. I am one of the positive Nigerians, and I believe in my Nigeria.
I think values you took away as a little
boy growing up.
Mm-hmm.
I had every opportunity of derailing, but I just told myself no. Even one of my friends always say, Emeka, I knew you as a naive young man, because there are certain things I couldn't see myself doing. I can't.
So how did you resist peer pressure? Because at that point where you had all these frustrations, of course, your parents were not well to do, your auntie was taking care of you, you had this peer pressure of younger people like you doing things that were negative. How did you resist it under those very unfriendly circumstances?
You know, what my father told me was actually at the back of my mind, because I know whatever I do that the police will come after me, nobody will come for me. Even if they come, there is no money to bail you. So I just told myself, man,
stay away from trouble.
Just stay away. The trouble you see, maybe young, normal mistakes and all that, you know. But the trouble that will land you into jail or behind bars, God forbid. I've not been behind bars all my life. I've not. You know, not that I am a saint, no. I have my shortcomings also, but there are something, my life is forgivable because I won't do anything that would make you cross it. It's not possible. I try as much as possible, even as an adult, even in the current situation in Nigeria, I try as much as possible. That thing still rings a bell. You will not believe it. My father, my mom never saw me with a girl until I got married. Who are you? Are you the fear? May they see you with woman. How they go to see? How you go to talk about?
So those, street values, are they paying off today?
Definitely, they are. But again, they are. You know, it's like hard work. When you work hard, it takes time for you to reap it. Now, I grew up to understand that it is not only hard work, you also work smart.
How do you mean?
Taking advantage of every opportunity that comes your way. Because most times we're busy laboring like a lion and eating like an ant. That is because we have not identified, or we refuse to be sensitive. Big men are looking for whom to trust in Nigeria. I'm telling you. And they will, big men, they will test you. Definitely. They'll test you with the money that they know that you need. And again, because it is not arrogance. It is because, like my job, I love my job. I can deliver anytime when it comes to entertainment. So I am very, very, at peace with myself. most people mistake it to be arrogant. Yes, they are entitled to their opinion, but I know that I know my job. Call me anytime. I'll wake up and I'll deliver.
Okay, you know, in telling your story, there was something that got me very interested. You started making money, your fees went up a little bit, but you still thought about going back to school. What was driving you? Why did you want to go to school? Why didn't you just want to spend your money, buy new cars, date the finest young women around? Why did you want to go to school? You were already acting. You were already being recognized. Why did you go to school?
Going to school again was one of the most difficult things that, I won't say difficult, most difficult challenges that I have actually come across in my life. You can imagine then, yes, I could be recognized by people. Then I had one old rickety Peugeot, you know, that I was driving to school and all that. You can imagine, in school, in class, lecturers will enter and begin to bombard Nollywood. And you can imagine how you will feel. Everyone will just be looking at you. Till even the students got tired. Any lecturer that comes in, Nollywood is this, Nollywood is that, Nollywood is this, Nollywood is that. Until one day, there was a convocation play. I was shooting one movie like that I had to do dreadlocks and all that. So I go, if I'm coming for the rehearsal, I pull it off and all that, go back. You know, it was challenging that period. When I mounted the stage and performed.
At the convocation?
At the convocation, yes. It was in school. Now, I thought that would have also lowered, or, you know, but, I mean, they were also trying to take some of them out from Nollywood. Maybe I belong there or I don't belong there, but it was doctored the way they were saying it. Until, sorry, Shola Fushudu was one of my lecturers. Then I had become a bit big in the industry then. There was a movie we were supposed to play together. And you know, when they say somebody here waiting for your hand. So we're now cast together. It was in ENUGU, this same lovely ENUGU. So he went, I was shooting in Lagos. I finished in Lagos. He was waiting for me on set. He was deliberate. He waited for like 2 days before I entered. I was playing his son, a very stubborn son and all that. So what I was interpreting in that movie was as a result of what I got from him in school. He got to say that there was this and I slapped him. I did very well.
In the
film.
In the film.
Yes. It was like a revenge. Oh. After that time, we now became colleagues. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it was the anger. You can imagine. So going to school was not easy.
Did you at any time have some kind of inferiority complex?
I, even without education, I've never had. Without education. Even before I went to school, when I speak, you ask, where did you study? When I tell people I've not gone to school, they say, why are you lying? You know, DK Nwachukwu was my lecturer in school, and God bless him. The man is lovely. He encouraged me. He said, Emeka, don't worry. He was one of our lecturers in school then. You know. So it was challenging. You can imagine that. They will come, wash you, wash your industry in the same classroom with your mates looking at you.
No.
And that was a theater arts
Yes,
class.
was a theater arts class.
Yeah, of course. When Nollywood started, a lot of people had issues with Nollywood.
They still have issues, but they should come and change it. No way.
Okay, it's not like you hitting Hollywood from the outside. Come inside and change it.
A transformer must begin to transform within, not
from without. Okay, let me take you back. Your parents, not well-to-do, but they had strong values, like the advice your dad gave you: stay away from trouble, stay away from the police. And then this son of theirs goes into acting. Was it in conflict for them with what they had tried to make you imbibe as a young person?
They didn't have any. They don't have any reason to say no. If you say no, what is your alternative?
What was the alternative? I see.
What's your alternative? Do you understand what I'm saying?
So, but what was their reaction?
No, I mean, it should be. It's a thing of pride for them. Their son is seen on the television. A family that was supposed to be nothing is seen all over the world. Come on, I mean, and I am not misbehaving, because fame, fortune brings what? Insanity. There's this saying that you look for fame with everything you have, and when you have it, you cover it with your face cap and your sunshade. So, I had actually pinched myself. When you're going wrong, I try to. Most times I derailed and all that, but
something like a reality check.
Yeah, anywhere, if I'm indoors, I checkmate myself. I do things like someone is watching me, even when I'm alone. So that mentality, that thing actually, that mindset molded me to that level where, I don't know, it's hard.
Okay, let's go back, to your acting after End of the River.
Yeah.
I mean, your face was recognizable everywhere.
Yeah. After End of the River, I did Peacemaker. I'll tell you a story of Peacemaker. What happened to me after Peacemaker? After the movie came out, it was a movie that I passed out. As in, if you watch the last scene where I was in the hospital, I slept off.
Acting the scene.
Yes, acting the scene. I slept off because it was energy sapping. It was one of my artistic fulfillment in interpretation. The interpretation, and then I was, with people that were, they were there in the industry, and you that is coming up, because if that movie fails, they will change it that you don't have luck. So any script that I have, I will begin to pray. Then I had no knowledge of seed sowing and tithing and all that. Now I put everything into it. I mean, God, please help me. I sow a seed on the script. I pay my tithe. God is awesome.
So after the Peacemaker,
what Peacemaker, I was driving. Then I was living with my cousins in Shomolu. I was coming to Sule. I passed Yaba. After the railway, my Peugeot, the tire got busted just after the railway. So I now came down, was trying to fix the tire. When I got up, the next thing I said, "Boom!" One old woman started hitting me. She was crying. She was, "God will punish you. This, that. It will not be well with you. This, that. You did this to your brother. You did this to."
And I knew it was because of the movie, because the movie just came out like a week.
She had
seen it, apparently. She was crying.
And attacking you?
She was attacking me. I couldn't do it. I started shedding tears. I said, Mom, what are you saying that film? Everybody started laughing. Mommy, I make her do that. Oh, God. Do my wedding. You don't really go. Mommy, I feel. I was perplexed. You know, so that was, you know, what happened. That was in, you know, you can imagine Yaba.
Okay, so after that episode with the woman, at least you now knew that your face was recognizable.
Yeah.
Did that also now give you a new consciousness about, oh, from nobody I'm now a role model, people could recognize me? You know, because you said something about always reminding yourself, I have to do the right thing when anyone was watching me. But now that you knew that people were watching, young people were watching, did it make you conscious of the role you had to play in almost everything you were doing outside the set?
Well, definitely. You know, when you have a particular lifestyle.
You forgot your cap.
When you have a particular see your own too. When you have a particular lifestyle and it has actually become part of you, everything good working with a sound mind. My being in the industry, I think it was just, you know, when God is actually trying to redirect you and all that, you will think that things are actually not working the way you want them to work. Definitely, with the success that came my way, I didn't have any choice than to actually continue in the manner that I have been living. The only thing was that I did not allow the public's expectation of me, how rich I would have been or I should be, affect me. For instance, if I'm walking my motorsports, there's nothing I'm gonna, I come down, take Okada, move. I go to the market. I buy things. People in the market, they don't see me as star anymore. They see me as their customers. I am now their customer. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, one thing is having a mindset prepared. When you have a mindset, there will be a little of deviation from that your mindset. When you tell yourself, for instance, I cannot slap a woman. There's nothing on earth that will make me beat a woman. When you have that at the back of your mind, that does not mean you cannot do it, but because you have decided not to do it. So whatever, I don't know if you are making sense, whatever that will provoke you into doing that, you had already discarded it before the person starts provoking you. So whatever that will make me not see myself as a role model, I had already taken it off before God gave me the leadership of being a role model. So I see myself as a moving example to our nation, our younger ones, and to everybody. I try as much as possible. Though most times, you know, you cannot get it right, but life is all about changes, positive changes.
Okay, let's look at the challenges in your industry. Little boy getting into the industry, growing, Now you've logged decades in the industry. What are the challenges of Nollywood? What are the challenges of acting?
You know, they are too big. It's like the problem of Nigeria. Okay. I've been away from mainstream acting for like 2-3 years. In other countries that have the entertainment industry, it adds value to you. But here, immediately you're out, you're forgotten.
Why is it so?
It's mentality. Everything in Nigeria is peculiar to its ways. If you bring Obama, come here, Obama will fail. You have to tackle Nigeria the way you feel Nigeria should be tackled positively. Because do you know why? We have more criminals than more just men. Criminals, I mean, you must not use a gun and all. We have plenty of people that out of frustration, out of poverty, desperation will come in, and when you are spiritually poor, there is no amount of money that you have that will be enough for you. Most Nigerians that steal our money, that go to also embezzle more, they are spiritually poor. So how much can you eat before you die? You don't tell me. Calculate your living style. How much can you consume in a day? If you consume 10,000 naira in a day, you'll be like this. Averagely. The only thing, maybe build house. What is, but the spiritual poverty in us have made some of us cut our conscience, just flush it down the basement, so that they will not even think of, if God is talking to them within, it will not concern them.
Well, we've heard in Nollywood, of course, we've heard about funding inadequacy in Nollywood. We've heard about sexual harassment. We've heard about greed. We've heard about jealousy. And then we've heard about, forgive me, sex for roles and things like that. Okay. Were these things, some of the things you confronted, you know, growing up in Nollywood, are they still happening today?
I will begin from the last. Sex for role. Sir, I don't think, I tell you, I don't think whoever that is claiming that he or she has been harassed sexually, I don't think that they do not do whatever they did without their consent. Because if the way is being mismanaged, the way people have misinformed Nigerians about this sex for role in Nollywood, we would have had every week cases of rape. Sir, two consenting adults did something. Let's assume it happened. They did it willingly. Understand what I'm saying? I will not stand and watch anybody degrade my industry. I will not do that. I will not stand and watch that happen. It is So it does not happen.
Are you saying that we didn't have cases of a lot of young people, especially women, being pressurized, as much as they're not raped, being pressurized to part with something to get a robo?
Thank you. Pressurized. The economy is pressurizing Nigerians to be criminals. We are not all criminals.
So it happens, but it's not the norm.
For Christ's sakes, even if I want a relationship without pressurizing, excuse me? My wife, before I married her, I pressurized her. I pressurized her. She agreed to marry me. It is not by force. Understand where I'm coming from?
So what you're saying is that, well, if a young lady is being pressurized, she also has a choice to resist it.
Sorry.
And maybe walk away.
Sorry. This is your script, sir. Thank you. God bless you. Sir, I tell you, the reverse is the case. The girls are the ones raping the producers. Most of them will have some stupid producers. I understand that. I cannot cancel it. But I tell you, this is my 20-something years in this industry, in this business. I tell you, sir, they give themselves. Maybe, the roads that they are thinking they will get was not what that was offered to them.
So they start complaining. Okay, let's look at funding in Nollywood. The government at the point stepped in. I remember that certain banks at the time tried to work out some, understanding with Nollywood to fund, but we have not succeeded so much.
This is the most interesting and important question that you have asked that I am so passionate about. Nollywood started without a foundation. Nollywood got occupied by too many interests. Now the industry is bigger than the players. We are now widely accepted. But we got it wrong from the statement of the business. Yes, because it was like, let me put food on my table and do this one. And we were not foresighted enough to see today, yesterday. And yet we are still blind to see tomorrow, today. We have not seen it. One, piracy, it's a problem. Piracy is not the major problem. The major problem is structure. Structure. No structure. Sir, we have only 4, 5, 10 cinema houses in Nigeria. Where can that go? Now that the government has realized that Nollywood is an export that they need, and I'm sure by other countries have made them realize that what they have is the biggest oil you can think of in the world. Now, I have always said, yes, Nollywood has, exposed Nigeria. But negatively. You ask me why. Why? Because as a filmmaker, I go to my village, borrow money to shoot a film. And as a Nigerian that is suffering in Nigeria, whatever I am going to put, whatever script I'm going to write, with the anger, with the frustration, is what I am selling to the world. Negativity. Those days when we were not able to travel abroad, we thought the street of America was built with gold until we started traveling. Hello. They're not better. But what we exported was what people are using in judging us. 419, voodoo, prostitution. Now, there is still time, there is still the avenue to correct all this.
How can we do that?
Beautiful. The government set up a committee. This 3 billion, we don't need it in cash at all. Go to every state capital, put one cinema house, a complex, make it small of 200 seaters or even 500 in all the 36. So that means we have what? 36 cinema houses.
Would they be privately run, or would it end up the same way government things end?
Build it, give it to a private firm to manage. Okay. Now, as a filmmaker, I can go to anywhere and collect money and do a good film. I come. If it's 50-50, if the government takes 30 or they take 40, I take 60. Sir, by the time I finish showing, now it will correct. Now, government will be involved in the kind of stories that you do. Even before your film will be shown in that cinema. I'm not talking about them giving us money now.
Creating the environment.
Creating the environment. You will see things will normalize. We'll begin to export Nigeria in a positive manner. That before you see a film star in Nigeria, you do like this. Look, this is way everybody they use us they play. Because we have left what brought fame and little fortune to us to face other things. That's why you see no content.
Okay, you moved on in the last 3 years doing other things.
Yeah.
You went into productions. What informed that leap? What informed that, don't call it digression or diversion? Or
No, it wasn't. It was as a result of this same anger. I was tired of the peanuts I've been paid, yet I'm not treated nicely. Everybody wants you to lick their boots as producers, as executive producers. I was tired. So a friend of mine said, "But I have this idea. Let's see if we can run with it." We started. It wasn't easy.
What was the idea?
He had the idea of the Patriot doing a story on what NAFDAC is doing and trying to also sensitize Nigerians on this negative effect of fake and adulterated drugs and food products, because people were dying. And then there's an agency that was trying to sanitize that. He brought us up. That's a good idea. That was how we started. We did, that came out as Patriot. We won so many awards. We opened business together, started producing films.
A colleague of yours in the industry?
Yes, a friend of mine.
In the industry?
In the industry too.
You don't want to talk about him?
No, Chidi Wokabia. No, he was into private business. Then he now also shifted into, because he's a beautiful writer.
Okay.
So from there, he was, getting sponsors for that. We went to close to 120 companies, only 2 or 3. Viju Milk, Fixin, which other company again that, give us the seed money that we started with.
When you do things like this, and you look back where you started and where you are today, do you feel fulfilled in any way?
I'm not fulfilled yet. I'm not fulfilled yet because what I would have done better with money, I tried without money. Now that some comfort, some little convenience as per finances are coming, I wish I could do them better. Because that's na akpa ego nesi woke bike.
What does that mean?
Ako is money, gives a man confidence. Ego nesi woke bike. When you have money, you have confidence to do anything. So now that is coming, I wish to do those things that I did then, do them better. But thank God, there is still hope. I'm not satisfied. I am the best critic of myself. I don't get satisfied with what I do.
So the future is actually going to be better.
Definitely, the future is better. And right now too, I am a hotelier. I'm a barman. I serve beer to people. I serve drinks to people. If you come, I'll serve you. It's part of it.
Yeah.
It's part of giving back to the society.
Okay. You talked about your wife. How did it happen? I mean, you were in the movie industry. We hear the women run after you. You're like at that time you were hot, one of the hottest bachelors in town. How did you zero in on this lady? What was so different about her?
Well, my wife is an iconic figure. She's a heroine. She's angelic. She's my best partner. When you see us talk, you don't know that we are husband and wife. If we're in a meeting, that we're deliberating, that you won't know that we're husband and wife, we didn't tell you. So we have developed that synergy.
Let's end our conversation by asking you what your advice will be to a little boy that is as frustrated as you were many years ago and wants to come to Nollywood with his dream. What will be your advice?
It's tough. It will continue to be tough. Because if it's not tough, you can't. You can't win. Because success lies in difficulties. If you don't have a difficult situation, you cannot succeed. Every problem has a solution for that problem. And I'll end it with, don't also do what after doing the place will come after you. I am giving them what my father told me.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir.
You've been watching our conversation with Emeka Enyocha, one of Nigeria's super names in Nollywood. We've been talking about his life, his career, and the wonderful things he has done in Nollywood. I am Obiora Ilo. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, a senior advocate of Nigeria wants President Bola Tinubu to declare a state of emergency in Benue State over insecurity. Fuel scarcity looms in Abuja and northern Nigeria following the Mokwa flood disaster in Niger State. 2 Japanese men killed in northeast China after business dispute. And Cristiano Ronaldo and Portugal gear up for Nations League semi against Germany. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
The market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A senior advocate of Nigeria and law professor, Sebastian Hon, has sent a petition to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu asking him to quickly declare a military state of emergency in Benue State amidst growing violence and killings happening in the state. In the petition, Hon accused the Benue State's government under Governor Hyacinth Alia of negligence, denial and insensitivity towards the escalating insecurity ravaging communities in the state. The law professor, who noted that scores have been killed with no official government visit or condemnation, accused the governor of downplaying the crisis as mere skirmishes and continuing with public celebrations amidst reports of fresh killings. He said the military presence in the state has failed to deter the attackers, alleging that in some cases security personnel stood by as violence occurred near checkpoints. He further expressed frustration over what he described as a lack of will on the part of the state government and urged the federal government to act fast by replacing all military commanders in Benue State, including ground troops, if necessary. Youth of Owopa in Ogadibo local government area of Benue State on Monday stormed the streets to protest the recent abduction of traders in the area by armed men during the weekend. The angry youths who blocked the Orokam Owopa Oboga roads are demanding action from the governments to rescue the victims. Those traveling from ENUGU and neighboring communities are stranded, as the youths insisted nobody should go out or come into the community. The situation has not changed, as at the time of this report, living around the corridor frustrated and stranded. Over 15 persons have been reportedly killed, while several houses were razed down, following renewed communal crisis between Mbakene and Ojumole in Gwe West or Gwe East local government area of Benue State. The renewed crisis erupted over the weekend when a minor disagreement between 2 youths at a marketplace escalated, claiming 15 lives and leading to the razing of several houses in the Ojumole community. The warring parties were Igede and Tiv-speaking people of Gwa East who had lived together peacefully for over a century. The national youth leader of Igede, Andisen Ibodo, who confirmed the incidents, expressed shock at the level of destruction and number of casualties in the crisis. They noted that the Apacha Council Ward is an Igede-speaking community and they have all been living peacefully like brothers and sisters with their Tiv neighbors for over 100 years without any crisis. The Nigerian Air Force has eliminated over 20 terrorists and destroyed over 21 motorcycles during an air interdiction operation in Zamfara State. The Director of the Public Relations and Information for the Air Force, Air Commodore Ehimen Ejodame, who disclosed in a statement, said the operation was carried out in the general area south of Maigalma in the Maru local government area of the state. Ejodame said that intelligence received indicated that a significant number of terrorists were massing and preparing to strike unsuspecting settlements, and that the bandits had killed some farmers and abducted a number of victims of civilians, including women and children. He disclosed that the aircraft under Operation Fasanyama was immediately dispatched on armed reconnaissance and possible rescue mission, during which over 30 motorcycles carrying armed terrorists heading into the nearby forest were identified. According to him, the terrorists on sighting the aircraft opened fire, prompting a precision engagement that led to the destruction of several motorcycles and the neutralization of dozens of the terrorists. Meanwhile, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, is making a strong case for increased manpower to help boost the efforts to curb oil theft in the country's maritime space. Ogala, who stated this on Monday during his activities marking the celebrations of the 69th anniversary of the Nigerian Navy, noted that the entire personnel of the Nigerian Navy, which is about 30,000, is not sufficient to man Nigeria's coastal maritime area, which is 1/3 of the country's landmass. He said the naval authorities have increased their annual enlistment of fresh minds to fill the vacuum on an annual basis, saying the organization has become a continental force and a global reference. The naval chief said the Nigerian Navy, which started with very few boats given to it by the Royal Navy, has now become the third largest navy in Africa and hopes to become the largest in Africa that can contribute effectively to the global force. Ogala noted that the curbing oil theft demands a collective approach among the security agencies, including the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Army, and the Nigerian Air Force, noting that the country has recorded a drastic reduction in the activities of oil thieves in the last couple of days. The quick intervention by the firefighters from the ENUGU Fire Service averted what would have been a major disaster at the Ogbete main market, ENUGU, on Monday. A packing store loaded with foam had caught fire at about 1 p.m. and was in flames when the fire service arrived, stopping the fire from spreading to hundreds of other stores within the market. The director of the state service, Okudeli Oha, said the rapid response of the firefighting team saved the entire market from a major disaster. He said the fire service had received a distress call from the chairman of Enugu's North local government area, Ibenaku Ono, and other concerned citizens, prompting the prompt deployment. The chief fire officer disclosed that no life was lost and that only few firms were destroyed by the fire. He thanks the council chairman and other citizens for their swift response, as well as other organizations that helped to extinguish the fire, which he said was caused by electrical surge. A public affairs analyst, Ahubalumeza Obidibo, has raised alarm over the increasing rates of online scams across Nigeria, highlighting a growing concern for the nation's digital economy. Nigeria is considered a major cybercrime threat and is ranked 5th globally on the World Cybercrime Index, with millions of dollars lost annually to fraudulent schemes. Obidibo, while explaining the levels of scam, attributed the surge to greed and a get-rich-quick syndrome, often seen as a shortcut to financial freedom. He emphasized that these scams range from romance frauds to phishing and advanced fee schemes, targeting both local and international victims.
Genuine businesses must have genuine products, real products, and real services, not assumed services. No, real products and services. So if somebody says, there is this business in town, allow him or her to finish and now ask me, what are the products and services that these people offer? If he cannot mention any tangible products, my friend, it is scam. Now, let's go to service, because service is relative,
Yeah.
Service is relative. Product is simple to identify, and service is relative. So the question is, what service do you offer? And he begins to stammer, he begins to tell stories. My friend, it's a scam. It's a Ponzi. Now, let me also say this, because this is actually where all of them have gone to. Cryptocurrency.
Right.
Yeah, cryptocurrency. All of them have gone to cryptocurrency because, crypto, everybody. Some of them will show you picture of the president of America is supporting a Bitcoin. They will come with the real thing and end up with the wrong thing. They will come with Bitcoin, all right? And by the time they will tell you that Bitcoin started 11 or 12 years ago, and it was valued at nothing, and today it is 100 and this. Oh, if you do this, no problem. They will start with the right thing and end up with the wrong thing.
Refuting claims that scammers use voodoo to hypnotize unsuspecting individuals, Obidibo attributed the success of these scams to psychological manipulation, exploiting victims' desires for quick wealth.
And the truth is that these things affect real businesses. Because the next person thinks that, oh, they have come again. Even if you come with real business, they will think you are one of them.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So it's affecting real businesses, genuine people who are running business. Recently, I had a conversation with a colleague in a school. And we are discussing about how scam is affecting our businesses. I told him, look, just be yourself, be honest, be sincere, continue what you're doing. Forget about those guys. They will be there. Right? If people believe you're a scammer, ask them, have I scammed you? They will say no. He's just suspecting. I said, go and find, go and do your due diligence. Go and ask. Go anywhere and ask. And I think if you are honest and you're sincere in business, right, you will be bold to tell people, give people your credentials like your name, your business name, your business, CSC registration number, all those basic information, and tell them to go and do their due diligence. Ask questions. I won't go. At times I take risks. I tell people, I say, go online, Google my name, Google my business, believe everything that you see there. Believe the bad, the good, and the ugly about me. And if you want us to do business, come back. I go to that extent to challenge people.
He urged the government to strengthen cybersecurity laws, increase public awareness campaigns to address the root causes of these scams. There is looming fuel scarcity in parts of northern Nigeria following the deadly floods that killed hundreds of persons and brought down the bridge in Mokwa, Niger State, that connects northern Nigeria with the southwestern part of the country. The bridge that collapsed last Wednesday has disrupted human and vehicular movement around the Mokwa Bridge, including petroleum products trucks, which are unable to proceed to their destinations. Speaking on the effects of the bridge collapse, senior officials of oil marketing companies and filling stations in Abuja hinted that the collapsed Mokwa Bridge may result in petroleum product scarcity during the 2025 Eid al-Adha Salah celebrations and holidays slated for June 6th and 9th. Dangote Refinery, Nigeria's only domestic producer of petroleum, is located in Lekki, Lagos, and the Mokwa Bridge is the easiest route to Abuja and northern Nigeria. The federal government has declared Friday, June 6th and Monday, June 9th, 2025 as public holidays to mark this year's Eid al-Adha celebrations. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunjiojo, who made the declaration in a statement on Monday, congratulated all Muslim Ummah both at home and in diaspora on the occasion. He called on the Muslim Ummah to continue to imbibe the spirit of sacrifice and faith as exemplified by Prophet Ibrahim, and he also used the period to pray for a peaceful and prosperous Nigeria, for the glory of Nigeria as a great nation. Up ahead, Nigerian Catholic bishops get scheduled to meet with new Pope. 12 trafficked children rescued in Abia. 2 suspects arrested. Do stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, We tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The Abia State government has issued an urgent health advisory to all residents of the state regarding the outbreak of diphtheria in Imo and other neighboring states. Briefing journalists after this week's Executive Council meeting presided over by Governor Alex Oti, the Commissioner for Information, OK Kanu, advised the citizens to take preventive measures, including vaccination for children and adults who are not sure of their diphtheria status. Kanu, who urged parents to be vigilant in taking note of any child that shows symptoms of diphtheria and to report any suspected case to local health authorities, also urged stakeholders to disseminate the information. He also disclosed that the Federal Ministry of Health had declared Abia State free of river blindness after 30 years of mass drug administration to control the disease. On transportation, the Commissioner announced that the government, through the State Ministry of Transport, had established an enforcement team to arrest drivers who drive against traffic as well as impound their vehicle. The Nigerian police force said it has rescued 12 trafficked children in Abia State. The police arrested 2 individuals for operating an unregistered and illegal motherless babies home within their residential apartment located at Ikotekwene Road, Aba in Abia. A statement by the force spokesperson Muyiwa Adejobi said the children, ranging from 6 months to 14 years, housed in the premises, are from various villages in the Arochukwu area. The suspects are said are currently under interrogation and will be charged to court upon conclusion of the investigations. The senator representing Abia North constituency in the National Assembly, Orji Kalu, has urged President Bola Tinubu to relieve certain ministers and security chiefs of their duties, citing inefficiency and lack of impact on Nigeria's development. Speaking during a live interview on Monday, Kalu said he had assessed the current federal cabinet and found them wanting in many respects. Kalu further advised the president to make bold decisions in order to realign his administration with the expectations of Nigerians, insisting that the several security chiefs needed to be replaced if Nigeria is to overcome its current challenges. He warned that while the reforms were underway, the trickle-down effect would take time and noted that insecurity remained a major barrier to economic recovery. Catholic bishops in Nigeria have obtained a schedule to travel to Rome and officially meet with the new Pope, Cardinal Robert Prevost. The Catholic Bishop of Yola Diocese, Most Reverend Stephen Mamsa, told newsmen in Yola that the scheduled visit, termed Ad Limina, will afford the Nigerian bishops the chance to speak one after the other with the Pope. He explained that Ad Limina means to visit that bishops from many parts of the world to the Pope, which he said has been approved to take place in March next year. He added that during the visit, each bishop will have one-on-one interaction with the Holy Father for between 10 and 15 minutes, noting that Nigeria is privileged to be one of the first countries and the Pope has approved for the Ad Limina visit. Speaking on the commemoration of this year's World Communications Week, Mamsa said that the special week's message share with gentleness the hope that is in your hearts is a call on Nigerians to have hope in the face of the widespread hopelessness and the austere economy has foisted on the country. The Vice President Kashim Shettima has revealed that Nigeria is actively pursuing a massive $25 billion undersea gas pipeline project to supply gas to Europe. Shettima spoke on Monday during a meeting with the leadership of an energy and commodities company at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. The Vice President said the transformation being carried out by the present administration represents an opportunity for international investors, describing Nigeria's gas sector as a beacon of stability and transparency amid global uncertainty. The vice president urged the company to bring its considerable technical expertise and global influence to bear in advancing Nigeria's gas infrastructure and exports. The leader of the delegation, Jeffrey De La Pina, said the company has a long-term commitment to Nigeria and currently enjoying a favorable business relationship with Nigerian companies and the government. And in business, DMO offers June FGN savings bonds at over 17% interest rate. BDC operators warn of massive job loss over new CBN requirements. Nigeria's forex reserves recover as CBN pushes for exports growth. These are more on our business news.
The Debt Management Office has launched the June 2025 Federal Government Savings Bonds, offering up to 17.121% interest annually. The subscription window opened yesterday and will close on Friday, June 6th. This month's offer includes a 2-year bond at 16.121% and a 3-year bond at 17.121%, slightly lower than the rates in May. Each bond is priced at 1,000 naira with a minimum investment of 5,000 naira. Subscriptions can go up to 50 million naira, making this a key opportunity for retail investors looking for government-backed high-yield returns. The Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, ABCON, has warned that over 3 million Nigerians may lose their livelihoods if BDCs shut down over tough new capital requirements set by the central bank. ABCON President ENUGU revealed that fewer than 10% of BDCs have met the recapitalization threshold set by the CBN in May 2024. Under the new guidelines, Tier 1 BDCs must raise 2 billion naira in capital, while Tier 2 operators need 500 million naira. He described the requirements as excessively high and more suited to commercial banks, warning that over 1,500 BDCs and their employees may be forced out of business by deadline. The recapitalization deadline, initially set for December 2024, was extended by 6 months and now expires today, June 3rd, 2025. Aliko Dangote, president of the Dangote Group, has highlighted that Nigerians pay just 55% of what neighboring West African countries pay for petrol. Speaking during a visit by ECOWAS President Dr. Omar Toure to the Dangote refinery, Dangote said the facility has helped reduce fuel prices to between 815 naira and 820 naira per litre. He noted the refinery's impact on lowering diesel prices and boosting sectors like mining and agriculture. Dr. Toure praised the refinery as a model for African industrialization and urged stronger collaboration between governments and the private sector to drive regional growth. After months of decline, Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves are beginning to rise again, climbing from $37.9 billion in April to $38.46 billion by May 29th. This recovery comes despite falling global oil prices, which dropped by over 16% this year. The central bank attributes the improvement to strategic interventions, including efforts to boost local production and promote exports. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso recently urged businesses to adopt backward integration and reduce reliance on imports. Cardoso also highlighted the creative sector's potential to generate $25 billion annually, encouraging local businesses to tap into global markets and digital platforms. At the close of the trading session yesterday on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, 517.9 million shares worth over 10 billion naira were traded in 17,019 deals. In the aggregate, 127 listed equities participated in trading, ending with 23 gainers and 36 losers. Multiverse Mining led the gainers with a 9.87% rise, opening at 8 naira 35 kobo, closing at 8 naira 35 kobo, followed by Livestock Feed opening at 8 naira 80 kobo, closing at 10 naira 30 kobo with a 9.57% increase. Next is Lasako Assurance opening at 2 naira 60 kobo, closing at 2 naira 80 kobo, and Neymath International PLC opening at 3 naira 5 kobo, closing at 3 naira 35 kobo. On the losing end, secure electronic technologies saw a 9.84% decrease, opening at 0 naira 62 kobo, closing at 0 naira 55 kobo, followed by eTransact International, opening at 6 naira 70 kobo, closing at 6 naira 15 kobo, with a 9.56% decrease. And that's business news on Global News. I am Thompson Ime.
Still to come, absolute carnage in Gaza hospital after 8-site shooting, says British surgeon. Ancelotti oversees Brazil's training ahead of Ecuador showdown. These and more after the break. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by the court.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Casualties were brought to Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis on Tuesday after at least 24 Palestinians were killed and dozens wounded by Israeli fire near food distribution sites in the southern Gaza Strip. The Israeli military said its forces had opened fire on a group of individuals who had left designated access routes near the distribution center in Rafah. The deaths came hours after Israel had 3 of its soldiers had been killed in fighting in the northern Gaza Strip as its forces pushed ahead with a months-long offensive against Hamas militants that has laid waste to much of the enclave. The U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation launched its first distribution sites last week in an effort to alleviate widespread hunger amongst Gaza's war-battered population, most of whom have had to abandon their homes to flee fighting. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said on Monday that he was appalled by reports of Palestinians killed and wounded while seeking aid and called for an independent investigation. Israel launched its military campaign in Gaza following the October 7, 2023 assault, in which Hamas-led gunmen killed 1,200 people and took 251 hostages, according to Israeli tallies. In the subsequent fighting, more than 54,000 Palestinians have
injuries, a horrific number. As for the martyrs, there are about 20 martyrs. Of course, all injuries were directly to the head and chest, most of them children who went to receive aid from the American Foundation, US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
We ran like people who went to get a scrap of food. We are holding up, thank God, we are full, but the children who are always hungry. I mean, what should we do? We went to get them food. Hunger killed us, hunger slaughtered us. Oh world, have mercy on us. Oh world, have mercy on us. For the sake of elderly women, for the sake of the widows, for the sake of the children, we are all hungry, we are all dying of hunger, dying of hunger. The children cry, the women cry, the widows cry, no one has mercy on anyone. We are all hungry. We are all hungry, dying of hunger. We walk like skeletons on the ground.
China's foreign ministry said on Tuesday that 2 Japanese men killed last Monday in the northeastern city of Dalian were business partners of the suspect and authorities were investigating. Dalian police confirmed that case in a statement on Tuesday and said a 42-year-old male suspect of Chinese nationality had been arrested. He had lived in Japan for a long time. The statement said the 2 victims were business partners of a suspect who had entered China temporarily. Police said, adding that the incident was triggered due to business conflicts.
On May 23, the Dalian Public Security Bureau received a report about a criminal case that resulted in the deaths of 2 individuals. A preliminary investigation revealed that the victims were Japanese national and business partners of the suspect. The incident appears to have stemmed from a dispute over a business partnership. The case is currently under further investigation, and the relevant Chinese authorities will handle it in accordance with the law.
Kyodo News had reported the incident earlier on Tuesday, citing the Japanese embassy in China. Chinese police notified the Japanese consulate in the northeastern city of Shenyang on May 25th about the killings, the report said. A British surgeon described the scene inside a hospital in Gaza as absolute carnage after the Palestinian Health Ministry said that more than 30 Palestinians were killed and nearly 170 injured on Sunday. Witnesses reported that Israeli soldiers fired on people trying to collect aid, which Israel denied. Witnesses said the Israeli military opened fire as thousands of Palestinians gathered to receive food aid near the distribution sites in Rafah, operated by the U.S.-based Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Israel's military said that at an initial inquiry found soldiers had not fired on civilians while they were near or within the distribution site. The Hamas-controlled Gaza Health Ministry said 31 people were killed with a single gunshot wound to the head or chest from Israeli fire as they were gathered in the Al-Alam district, a distribution area in Rafah. It was followed by another incident at the GFH distribution site, local health authorities said on Monday, in which Israeli fire killed at least 3 Palestinians and wounded dozens of others. The Israeli military said it was aware of reports of casualties and the incident was being thoroughly looked into, while the GH said there had been no fatalities or injuries.
I'm in the emergency department at the NASA complex. We've had a shooting at the GHF aid distribution center near Rafah. A lot of the injured people were taken to the local field hospitals, we think to ICRC, but we have had an extortionate amount of people come through the door. At the moment, the locals are quoting anything from 200 to possibly 100 injured people. These are all gunshot wounds, and as you can see behind me, we've got all the bays are full and they're all gunshot wounds. It's absolute carnage here, and there are even more people in the main emergency department.
A Colorado man has been charged with a federal hate crime for his alleged role in a gasoline bomb attack on the pro-seas in Hamas 2023 attack on Israel. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi said that suspects would be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law for what was described as an anti-Semitic terror attack.
My office has charged Mohammed Sabri Solomon, age 45, with the commission of a hate crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 249. When that offense includes attempted murder, the statutory maximum federal sentence is life in prison. No one should ever be subjected to violence of any kind. But our laws recognize that such violence is particularly pernicious when someone is targeted because of their race, their religion, or their national origin. According to our complaint and the charges brought by DA Doherty's office, Mr. Solomon stated that he had been planning this attack for a year. And he acted because he hated what he called the Zionist group. But what the charges allege that he did was to throw Molotov cocktails at a group of men and women, some of them in their late 80s, burning them.
Suleiman, 45, had planned the attack for more than a year. Boulder County District Attorney Michael Doherty said at the news conference that investigators found 16 unused gasoline-filled Molotov cocktails near where the suspect was detained. The police also found a gasoline canister in his car parked nearby and a weed sprayer filled with gasoline at the scene. The suspect, who was being detained in lieu of $10 million bail, according to official records, told police he wanted to kill all Zionist people and wished they were all dead.
I will highlight for you that there were 16 unused Molotov cocktails that were recovered by law enforcement in the hours after the incident took place. 16. Enforcement responders, as well as the first responders who provided medical aid to the victims,
But that rapid response with the recovery of the 16 unused Molotov cocktails, I think, speaks for itself. So there were 16 counts of attempted murder in the first degree. 8 of those counts are for attempted murder with intent and after deliberation. The other 8 counts are attempted murder with extreme indifference. So 16 counts total. If the defendant's convicted and those counts are running consecutive to one another, he would face a maximum of 384 years in state prison. He's also charged with 2 counts of use of an incendiary device. If convicted of those charges and they run consecutive, he would face a maximum sentence of 48 years. He's also charged with 16 other counts of attempted use of an incendiary device. And again, if convicted and if they run consecutive, the maximum on those counts would be 192 years.
Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk said on Monday he will call for a parliamentary vote of confidence in his coalition government after his candidate Rafał Trzaskowski lost the presidential election on Sunday. Speaking in a recorded statement shared on social media, Tusk said that his government was prepared to work on despite expected obstruction from incoming President Karol Nawrocki, who will wield veto power over legislation. Tusk's government has been seeking to reverse judicial reforms made by the Nationalist Law and Justice government that lost power 18 months ago. But President Andrzej Duda has blocked those efforts. The European Union's top court ruled that a new procedure for appointing judges did not guarantee that impartiality, opening the way for rulings to be questioned. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte on Monday called for European nations to strengthen their deterrence and defense in the face of Russia and terrorism. Speaking at the end of a summit of the so-called B9 and Nordic countries in Vilnius, Rutte said he expects a NATO summit in The Hague later this month to yield a boost in defense industrial production and increase defense investment. He said, though, that despite worries over a reduction of U.S. presence in Europe within the framework of NATO, he expects a very strong conventional presence of the country's troops in the continent.
We are facing the most dangerous security environment in decades. Russia's war of aggression continues, terrorist threats persist. We are not at war, but we are not at peace either. So we must continue to strengthen our deterrence and defense. At the The Hague Summit, I expect allies to demonstrate their enduring commitment to our collective defense by deciding to boost defense industrial production and increase defense investment. And this is simply essential to our security. What we know is that the US next to Europe, of course, also has to take care of the Middle East, has to take care of the Indo-Pacific, and it is only logical that over time, as we are building up, that the US will pivot somewhat more towards Asia. But I am absolutely convinced that also in the long term, there will be a very strong conventional US presence in Europe. Next to the nuclear presence, the nuclear umbrella, our ultimate guarantor of our freedom, there will be a very strong conventional presence of the US in Europe. There's no doubt about it.
The meeting in Vilnius included Poland, Romania, Lithuania, Bulgaria and the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Slovakia, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway and Sweden. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was also present at the talks. Britain published the results of a 10-month review into the country's defense capabilities, which set out the growing threats it faces and where it must invest to improve national security. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer made the announcement earlier on Monday at BAE Systems Government shipbuilding site in Scotland, where he later toured the HMS Glasgow with Defence Secretary John Healey.
I think what we've just heard from the Prime Minister is the end of the peace dividend and what he referred to as now the defence dividend. So this is about an increased level of spending, 2.5% in 2027, an increased level of ambition for defence, that 3% when we step into the 2030s. And my job now is to deliver on that. It's a brand new defence review. It affirms the importance of nuclear. It affirms the importance of NATO and our role in NATO. And it also reflects that the threats that we face mean that we have to modernise and innovate at the same time. So this is a welcome day for defence, and our job now is to get on with delivering.
Starmer, like other European leaders, is racing to rebuild UK's military capabilities after US President Donald Trump told the continent it needed to take more responsibility for its own security. Ukrainian and Russian delegations arrived at Istanbul's Karagan Palace on Monday for a new round of peace talks, joined by senior Turkish officials. The UN spokesperson Stephanie Duracic was asked about Russia's proposal that a future peace deal be approved by a binding Security Council resolution. It said attacks over the weekend killed more than 20 civilians and injured over 100, including children, across several Ukrainian regions. Duracic said aid workers were continuing evacuations and emergency support in areas hit hardest by the conflicts.
I don't want to comment on hypotheticals. I think it would be unwise and counterproductive at this point. I do want to add that obviously we hope that the talks that concluded in Istanbul could lead to a full, immediate, and unconditional ceasefire as the first step towards a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in line with UN Charter, international law, and relevant UN resolutions. We'll go to Ria Novos. Colleagues in the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs tell us that according to authorities, attacks over the weekend and today have killed more than 20 civilians and injured more than 100 others, including children. Civilian infrastructure, including homes, healthcare, and education facilities, as well as power and gas lines, were also damaged. The regions of Donetsk, Kharkiv, Kherson, Sumy, and Zaporizhzhia were among the hardest hit. Aid workers are providing support, delivering material for emergency repairs, along with psychological assistance to all those impacted.
A Berlin court ruled on Monday that Germany has acted unlawfully by turning away asylum seekers, in which border police expelled 3 Somalis who tried to enter the country from Poland. The 2 men and a woman were sent back to Poland from a train station in the eastern city of Frankfurt, an order on Germany's eastern border on the grounds that they had sought to enter from a safe third country. The ruling could challenge the tougher migration stance by Chancellor Friedrich Merz's conservative-led coalition, which was elected in February, promising a crackdown that has caused concern in neighboring countries. RBB Media, citing a court spokesperson, said it is the first such case since Merz was elected. Interior Minister Alexander Dobrindt defended the expulsions and spoke of an individual case, saying he would provide the courts with justifications for banning entry.
In this decision, the court stated that the justification for our measures should have been more specific. This means we will be complying with this request and providing more detailed reasons. We are sticking to the rejections because we recognize that the legal basis is clear and will therefore continue to proceed in this way, regardless of this individual decision. I have just made it clear once again what happened: an attempt on May 9th to apply for asylum. That's why I think it's logical that the police at the border came to the decision to turn the people back. The aim is to send a clear signal that we will continue to maintain that Germany cannot cope with this high number of new arrivals. These rejections will therefore continue to take place.
Demonstrations erupted across Bolivia on Monday as supporters of former President Evo Morales and farmers took to the streets to protest the country's worsening economic crisis and the current government. Morales, who ruled the country from 2006 to 2019 and was Bolivia's first indigenous president, has challenged his exclusion from the presidential 2025 election, with groups that support him organizing protests and traffic stoppages. In Cochabamba, Morales supporters blocked highways using rocks, tires, and tree logs. In response, Government Minister Roberto Ignacio Rio Sanjines alleged the purpose of the blockade is to boycott the general elections and to impose the candidacy of a disqualified person who has no party, assuring that neither the police nor the government will not allow cities to be held hostage for personal electoral intentions. The worsening fuel shortage is beginning to affect farmers' ability to harvest their crops, raising concerns in the struggling South American country where agriculture is a critical economic driver. The scarcity resulting in long lines at gas stations is attributed to declining foreign currency reserves over the past decades and decreasing local gas production, which has reached crisis levels. And to some sports updates, Atletico Madrid said on Monday that forward Antoine Griezmann has extended his contract until June 2027. Griezmann joined Atletico in 2014 and renewed his contract before its expiration in 2026. The 34-year-old is the club's top scorer with 197 goals, surpassing the 173 netted by Luis Aragonés. Griezmann made 753 appearances this season, helping the Spanish club win 16 goals and 9 assists. The France international has so far won one Spanish Super Cup 2014, one UEFA Super Cup 2018, and one UEFA Europa League 2018 with Atletico. Maurizio Sarri has returned to Lazio as head coach a year after he resigned from the post. Details of the deal were not disclosed by the club, but the Italian news agency and Kronos reported that the former Chelsea and Juventus manager Sarri has rejoined Lazio on a 2-year contract with an option for a 3rd season. Sarri resigned as Lazio coach in March 2024, almost 3 years into his tenure. They finished 7th in Serie A in 2003-2004, having finished 2nd the previous season. Lazio finished 7th this season under Marco Baroni. Italian Carlo Ancelotti led first training session as coach of the Brazilian national football team on Monday ahead of their debut against Ecuador in the South American qualifiers for the 2026 World Cup. The former Real Madrid coach oversaw training at Corinthians Joaquim Grava Training Center in Sao Paulo, with 18 of the 25 players called up for the match against Ecuador. Ancelotti will make his debut in the World Cup qualifiers against Ecuador on Thursday at the Banco Pichincha Stadium in Guayaquil. Brazil currently is 4th in the South American qualifiers for the 2026 World Cup with 21 points. Ecuador is in the 2nd place with 23, with the top 6 teams earning direct qualification. Meanwhile, Cristiano Ronaldo joined Portugal on the training pitch on Monday as they prepare for the UEFA Nations League semi-final against Germany, slated for June 4th. Also on hand, but training separately, were Paris Saint-Germain players Vitinha, João Neves, Nuno Mendes, and Goncalo Ramos, following the French soccer club's 5-0 thrashing of Inter Milan in the Champions League final on Saturday. Defender Ruben Dias said the current Portugal squad has proven it is capable of taking on a formidable Germany, even as the Germans will have a home advantage, with the semi-final being hosted in Munich Allianz Arena. Spain and France will square off in the other semi-final on June 5th in Stuttgart's MHP Arena. 3 times champion Novak Djokovic rode into the French Open quarterfinals by beating Briton Cameron Norrie 6-2, 6-3, 6-2 for his 100th March victory at Roland Garros on Monday to join Rafa Nadal in one of sport's most exclusive fraternities. The trial of Tampa Bay Rays shortstop Wander Franco in Dominican Republic for alleged sexual abuse resumed on Monday in the city of Puerto Plata after being postponed in December. During the trial, the public prosecutor's litigator Claudio Cordero said that Franco maintained an illegal dating relationship with a then 14-year-old minor with the consent of her mother, who is also a defendant. This shortstop is facing charges of sexual abuse, sexual exploitation against a minor, and human trafficking in his native Dominican Republic, and if convicted, he could be sentenced to up to 20 years in prison. Franco, 24, was a rising MLB star in August 2023 when he was placed on administrative leave amid allegations he had engaged in a relationship with a then 14-year-old girl the month following his first All-Star selection. He was moved to the MLB's restricted list in July and remains the subject of an MLB investigation. And that's the news this hour. Many thanks for watching. I'm Charles Pius. See you on the next one.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Being one of the late great Ikemba, the late great Ikemba was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders, great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndigbo, the apex to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndigbo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I am advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down. Instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be enjoying their retirement.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Good afternoon. Welcome to another edition of E-Vibes the Entertainment Show on Signature. Cozy. It's giving this whole sleepy vibes. In ENUGU, actually. I don't know about other states. But this is the entertainment hour where we tend to give you art, pop, culture, drama, social trend, comment section, whatever that is going on around the entertainment industry. So today I have an interesting story, 3 interesting stories for that matter, and of course I have some guests that will be having some conversation when it comes to open, what do they call it again? Poetry, speech, and all that. But let's delve into the stories of the day first. Nigerian Afrobeat star